Thanks for being here. This is Truthseekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truthseekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truthseekers. Truthseekers.
Greetings and salutations and praise the cash, friends, because it appears that the deceptive duo have gotten a huge opportunity to praise the cash and grow their ever-growing following with a recent appearance on Joe Rogan. And tonight we're going to be breaking it all down for you. Now, I realize I'm a little late to this party. However, I was busy, living life and doing human things and family things for the past bunch of days. Just had an opportunity to listen to this whole thing. And I got to tell you, the amount of garbage peddling that went on during this appearance on Joe Rogan is the worst one yet. And it leaves me with a very I don't even know what to say. It left me speechless when I thought about Joe Rogan, who once had a show called Joe Rogan Questions Everything. But apparently, when these two are in studio, he doesn't question anything. There was almost no hard questions or real pushback from the information being presented, almost as if Joe Rogan was just accepting whatever they said as fact. And the problem is when you have two people who have been deceptively selling fake stories for years and years and years, in George Knapp's case, over 30 years, you can't just let them talk. You have to challenge the things that they are saying as being factually accurate or not. And that is not what we got here. Now, I do have to say that I have a soft spot in my heart for Joe Rogan. I try to take it easy on him for different reasons. It can't be easy to juggle being the largest podcast on planet Earth and decide which guests will you platform, which guests will you say no to, what characters are you going to let into the stable here. And it would appear that Mr. Rogan has just accepted these two. And I'm told that Corbell is responsible for many of Joe Rogan's UFO guests. So there may be a business reason for why Joe Rogan doesn't question Corbell on his various claims, all of which fall apart under the least little bit of critical analysis and actual questioning of the narratives that they present. it should be noted that one of the reasons that I really have a soft spot for Joe Rogan is right before I started this show, or maybe right after, I was feeling very depressed and down. I wasn't doing that which I wanted to do in life. Maybe feeling a little depressed and like life wasn't treating me well. And Joe Rogan had a clip, just a clip, one thing that he talked about during one of his earlier shows several years ago. And the gist of it was grow that garden. If you're not happy with whatever it is that you're doing in life, then start doing something that you want to do. And even if it doesn't take off right away, just go there every day and water that garden. And you guys have heard me say this. It's directly from Joe Rogan's speech. For surely, if you go there every day and water that garden will grow. And so Joe Rogan, a lot of people don't know this, but Joe Rogan was one of the inspirations for my show here and responsible for my sort of realigning my brain to be wired the right way. When I started this show, we had 4 live viewers. And certainly I came here every day, despite the obstacles and the difficulties, and I watered this garden. And just as Joe Rogan has said, it was almost prophetic to me. And I got to tell you that speech hit me in the heart at the time that I heard it. It hit me right in the heart. And I took what he said to heart. And I felt like he was talking directly to me. And I know that's ridiculous, but I received that message from Joe Rogan and took it to my heart. It went through my soul, and I realized that he was right. If we're unhappy with the way that things are going in our lives, we have the power to change that. And I'm certain that I should have known that without a inspirational speech from Joe Rogan. But that being said, hearing that message contributed greatly to a sort of reworking of my priorities. What wasn't going well was I wasn't doing that which I wanted to do. And that which I wanted to do is this show. A no holds barred look at the stories in conspiracy land without the usual UFO, without the usual playing along, playing the game, selling out, and letting people like the deceptive duo, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, just get away with straight lying, deceptive editing of stories, the lie by omission. I wanted to do a show that would really pull no punches and really peel back the layers of deception that I saw with all of these stories. And certainly that speech from Joe Rogan set me on a path. And it was the right path, because even though I would come here and have 2 live viewers when the show first started, I would ignore the lack of viewership and just keep plugging away, trying to do the very best show that I can. And here we are a few years later, and the show is a success by any measure, financially, views-wise, impact-wise. So I don't want to say that I've been giving Joe Rogan a pass, but I have been giving him a pass, because I have this soft spot in my heart for that stupid speech that he gave that set me on the correct path. And I'm telling you, if I didn't receive that message at that time and that place when I desperately needed that for some reason, I don't think this show would be here. I don't think the show would be successful. I don't think this show would have grown. But every day when I was feeling discouraged, or when things weren't going well for the show, or we didn't get a lot of live viewers, or we got, 120 views, that's a hard pill to swallow. Imagine working for 12 hours on a show and receiving 150 views. I just worked 12 hours and I got 150 views. This is mission impossible. But I just kept hearkening back to that speech that Joe Rogan gave. Just go there every day, water that garden. For surely, if you go there every day and water that garden will grow. And here we are with a a much bigger garden, a bigger bullhorn, better viewership, more success than I ever could have imagined when we began the show. So, I'm just putting my cards on the table for why I haven't, a lot of people are telling me, you got to go after Joe Rogan. This is getting ridiculous with him accepting the narratives of these UFO profiteering hucksters that have been continually caught selling fake stories over and over and over and over and over again. And I agree with that. So, tonight I'm going to try my very best to separate my personal feelings about Joe Rogan from the situation at hand. And the situation at hand really is that Joe Rogan has the biggest platform on planet Earth. And I do believe that he has a responsibility to not contribute to the disinformation, misinformation, and these UFO whores. That's what they are, right? And remember, if you want to have fun with the aliens, you gotta, you gotta, if you want to have some fun, you gotta pay, right? We'll begin tonight's discussion and presentation with a look at some of the deceptive duo's completely and totally fake stories that they have been caught peddling. George Knapp, of course, most famous for breaking the Bob Lazar story. But another story that I believe he made millions of dollars off of, and I believe that he did not deserve a penny of those funds, is the Skinwalker Ranch story. Because in the Skinwalker book that he wrote, he claimed that the book was based on all of this, evidence that had been collected for years. Let's get into it, friends. If you're just joining us, this is our special report. You're watching Truthseekers, and this is our special report. Did George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell fool Joe Rogan again? It's becoming quite a pattern here. And I just want to point out that by Joe Rogan continually platforming them, he's helping fuel everything for them. All of that exposure, we did not see Jeremy Corbell on all of the news channels as a UFO expert before he was on Rogan. So Joe Rogan is directly contributing to these people continually spreading false information, fake information, misinformation, and disinformation. But back to George Knapp's Skinwalker Ranch, if we really take a critical examination of his promoted claims about Skinwalker Ranch and all the evidentiary shortcomings, we get to the truth. And the truth is that the enigmatic Skinwalker Ranch, located in Utah, has long been a focal point for paranormal enthusiasts, for UFO fans, and for conspiracy theories. George Knapp, who is, by all accounts, a prominent investigative journalist. And by the way, I should mention that he's a local news guy in Las Vegas, but the field of UFOs and alien stories has made him a national prominent investigative journalist. And he played a central role in bringing the Skinwalker location to public attention through his book and various media appearances. However, recent revelations on the Joe Rogan podcast, when he appeared there some time ago, I should say, not recent, his appearance on the Rogan podcast to talk about his book have cast doubt on the veracity of Knapp's various claims regarding the Skinwalker Ranch and its alleged paranormal activities. So tonight we're going to critically examine the controversy surrounding his Skinwalker Ranch claims and George Knapp's promotion of its purported phenomena and his admission of a lack of evidence to support his various claims. Skinwalker Ranch gained notoriety for allegedly being a hotbed of paranormal activity, including UFO sightings, bizarre creatures, cattle mutilations, and poltergeist-like events. And these claims have fueled a cottage industry, $1 million industry. And it's all about books, documentaries, media appearances, podcasts, and live events, even including live events where you too can meet the stars of the Skinwalker Ranch. Sorry. And George Knapp has been at the forefront of much of this. Knapp's 2005 book, A Hunt for Skinwalker, or I'm sorry, it's not 2000. His recent book, Hunt for Skinwalker, which was co-authored with Colm Kelleher, did present a compelling narrative of inexplicable occurrences on the ranch and was purportedly backed by extensive evidence. But then we get to Knapp's shifting stance on what evidence do you have? In recent years, George Knapp's credibility in promoting the Skinwalker Ranch story has been called into question by many. During an appearance on the Joe Rogan podcast, and we've played that clip here, Stephen Greenstreet of the New York Post made it famous. During that Joe Rogan podcast, Knapp admitted that he lacked the solid evidence he had long claimed to possess and even based his book on. In the book, he claims that the book is based on extensive evidence collected over the years. But when questioned, is there any evidence by Joe Rogan on the Joe Rogan podcast, Knapp had to admit that he lacked the solid evidence he claimed to possess. He acknowledged that his book and previous presentations on the Skinwalker Ranch relied heavily on anecdotal accounts, eyewitness testimonies, and completely unverified claims, rather than the concrete evidence that he always claimed he was basing his claims on. This stunning admission raises serious concerns about Knapp's journalistic integrity and the reliability of the narrative that he helped propagate around Skinwalker Ranch. Skeptics argue that his earlier insistence on the wealth of evidence may have misled the public and contributed to the perpetuation of unsubstantiated claims surrounding Skinwalker Ranch. And let's be clear, the perpetuation of unsubstantiated claims surrounding that ranch continue to this day. And people continue to make hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars off of making claims about that ranch, often without evidence. And when we get to the secret of Skinwalker Ranch, the television show on History Channel, they make claims all the time. They're claiming bugs are going 40,000 miles an hour. And there's an optical physicist that can't tell the difference between bugs and an alien spaceship. George Knapp has contributed to that. In fact, I would go as far as to say that George Knapp is largely responsible for making that money cow of Skinwalker Ranch possible. You don't need evidence. Just say you have some evidence and make fantastical claims, and the money continues to pour in. The truth is that despite decades of claims and investigations into Skinwalker Ranch, empirical evidence supporting their paranormal phenomenon that they allege to be happening all the time at Skinwalker Ranch remains absent. The evidence just isn't there. Skeptics point to the absence of documented, verifiable, or scientific evidence, such as clear and unambiguous UFO sightings, credible scientific studies, or any concrete proof of the ranch's paranormal reputation. The lack of substantial evidence underscores the need for skepticism when evaluating the claims that people are making about that place. And what we really need is critical inquiry and scientific investigation, real scientific investigation into those claims when we deal with those extraordinary claims. George Knapp's promotion of the Skinwalker Ranch story, coupled with his recent admission of lack of evidence, has had a significant impact on public perception. And while the paranormal and UFO communities initially embraced the Skinwalker Ranch narrative, Knapp's admission has prompted skepticism and disappointment among those who have placed their trust in his investigative abilities. The Skinwalker Ranch saga and George Knapp's place in it, he's been promoting the Skinwalker Ranch story through 2 books, a documentary by his cohort, Jeremy Corbell, multiple media appearances and live appearances he gets paid for. It exemplifies the complexities and pitfalls of investigating paranormal phenomenon. Knapp's initial claims of extensive evidence supporting the paranormal activities at the ranch have been undermined by his later admission of a lack of empirical support. This case serves as a stark reminder of the importance of rigorous skepticism, critical inquiry, and a commitment to evidence-based reporting in the realm of paranormal investigations. It also highlights the need for transparency and honesty when presenting extraordinary claims to the public. As public trust in journalism relies on maintaining the highest standards of accuracy and integrity, and when it comes to George Knapp, there are no standards of accuracy. There are no standards of integrity. Anything goes as long as the story sells. Seems to be the preferred methodology of so-called investigative journalist George Knapp. Now, if we examine some of his other stories, I think it's important to view this through the lens of what he claims to be. George Knapp claims to be an investigative journalist. And journalism, especially investigative journalism, is a cornerstone of modern media. It's rooted, or it's supposed to be rooted, in the pursuit of truth, accuracy, and the public interest. Journalists, especially investigative journalists, are expected to adhere to the highest ethical standards and to verify the information they present to the public. George Knapp, who's been a prominent figure in the realm of UFO and alien investigations for more than 30 years, has often been the subject of controversy due to his prolonged association with stories that have proven to be false. If we critically examine George Knapp's so-called career and address the controversy surrounding his promotion and sale of provably fake UFO and alien stories, it's a 3-decade-long, escapade of him profiting, likely to the tune of millions of dollars, from 100% provably fake stories. George Knapp's involvement in the promotion of dubious UFO and alien stories dates back to the late 1980s. One notable example is, of course, the infamous Bob Lazar case, in which George Knapp played a pivotal role in promoting and, of course, profiting from that story. Bob Lazar claimed to have worked on a reverse engineering extraterrestrial spacecraft at Area 51. And despite the lack of verifiable evidence and Lazar's questionable credibility, Knapp's involvement helped elevate Lazar's story to worldwide prominence. But subsequent investigations, including my own investigations, have failed to corroborate Lazar's claims, and in fact, may, in many cases, prove that Lazar lied multiple times. Lazar could not have worked at Area 51 at the time he claims, for various reasons we have detailed in our own investigative reports here. And this casts significant doubt on the veracity of the entire narrative pushed by Bob Lazar, George Knapp, and later Jeremy Corbell. In addition to the Bob Lazar case, Knapp, of course, has been associated with other questionable UFO and alien stories over the years, such as Skinwalker Ranch, which we just covered extensively, and the 2019 Storm Area 51 event. These stories generated significant public attention, but they lack substantial evidence to support their extraordinary claims. And then recently, there was the Las Vegas alien story. One of the most recent controversies involving George Knapp, besides his promotion of flares as alien spacecraft, is the Las Vegas alien story that emerged recently. Knapp presented a video purportedly showing unidentified aerial phenomenon and alleged encounters with extraterrestrial beings near Las Vegas. However, upon closer examination, experts and skeptics quickly identified inconsistencies and major red flags within the footage. The footage of the so-called UFO was actually a meteor. The incident prompted accusations of sensationalism and a lack of critical inquiry on Knapp's part. And let's talk for a moment, because these things have consequences, and George Knapp has contributed Great. Good job filling your pockets with UFO dollars and alien dollars, George Knapp. But you have done real and measurable societal impact and harm with the methods that he constantly uses to sell his often fake stories. The promotion of fake UFO and alien stories, as exemplified by George Knapp's entire career, has had a detrimental impact on society. Firstly, it erodes public trust in journalism, especially investigative journalism and investigative reporting. When journalists, or people calling themselves journalists, go out of their way to lend credence to unverified or easily debunked claims, it undermines the credibility of the entire field of journalism, and it fuels skepticism about the media's role in disseminating information. Furthermore, the perpetuation of false narratives can contribute to the spread of misinformation and conspiracy theories, often to people that are already vulnerable and may not be quite mentally stable. In an era marked by the rapid dissemination of information through social media, these stories can gain huge worldwide traction and influence public opinion, often leading to unwarranted fear, paranoia, and irrational belief systems. George Knapp, who many would say was once a respected figure in journalism before he went down the alien and UFO rabbit holes, has become embroiled in controversy due to his association with provably fake UFO and alien stories over the past 30 years. And while his contributions to the field, some say, cannot be ignored, it is essential to critically assess the harm he has caused by the promotion of these fake stories and dubious narratives. The Las Vegas alien story, which was recent, serves as a very recent reminder of the need for journalistic rigor and skepticism when dealing with extraordinary claims involving alien spaceships and alien sightings. Society's trust in investigative journalists depends on the commitment to truth, and it's imperative that journalists, and especially investigative journalists, and that's what George Knapp claims to be, it's imperative that they maintain the highest standards of accuracy and integrity in their reporting. And let me be very clear, I don't want to sound like I'm on a soapbox here. We've done the very best we can, and we have an 8-year track record of getting stories factually accurate. So when I'm critical of somebody else's work, I have the right to be. I haven't been caught selling fake stories numerous times like Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. Now, when it comes to Jeremy Corbell, let's examine Jeremy Corbell's so-called investigative filmmaking, which, by the way, is not investigative filmmaking because he only gives you half the story, the half he wants you to have that would make you think the story is true. And Jeremy Corbell is clearly motivated by profit, promotion, and by promoting and profiting from provably fake stories. He's done it multiple times now, most recently claiming that a bunch of flares dropped during a military exercise was a triangle-shaped craft the size of a football field. It wasn't. Jeremy Corbell claims to be various things. For years, he claimed to be an investigative filmmaker. Now he's claiming to be an investigative journalist with zero credentials, zero education in that field. I doubt he's even picked up a book on investigative journalism. But back to his investigative filmmaking, let us be very clear in pointing out that investigative filmmaking, some of which we do here, is a powerful medium for exploring mysteries and unearthing real truth. However, when filmmakers like Jeremy Corbell prioritize sensationalism over actual factual accuracy, they risk damaging their own credibility and the credibility of the entire subject that they are covering. Jeremy Corbell some would say is a prolific investigative filmmaker in the realm of UFOs and aliens. However, he, like his partner in slime, George Knapp, has come under incredible scrutiny lately. And I've seen this ramp up. When he first entered the scene, people were not so critical of him. It got worse as he continued to push false narrative and fake story and fake story and fake story after fake story. I believe it's reaching a tipping point now. He's been coming under increasing scrutiny for his promotion of provably fake stories and sensationalism in his documentaries. Tonight, we're going to aim to examine some specific instances of Corbell's promotion of fake claims in his films, such as Patient 17, his involvement with the Skinwalker Ranch, his association with Bob Lazar, as well as address recent controversies regarding pyramid spaceships, triangle spacecraft, those were flares, and allegations made of classified material leaks. We'll begin with Jeremy Corbell's documentary titled Patient 17. Patient 17. This film explored alleged alien implants with controversial figure Dr. Roger Lear, who, by the way, was a foot doctor, a podiatrist. He was not a qualified surgeon. I don't even know how he could legally be doing surgeries on people, apparently or allegedly claiming to be removing alien implants from abduction victims. Corbell has been criticized for this film for its reliance on anecdotal stories and a lack of verifiable scientific evidence. After all, if they have this material that they're claiming is alien in origin, why would they not take it to an actual materials scientist or engineer for analysis? No, they took it to dubious figures within the UFO community, a man named Stephen Colbert, and that man is very controversial. He was once part of the investigation into the Waco situation, the Oklahoma City bombing. Stephen Colbert, the man apparently doing the analysis on those materials, had been investigated by the FBI previously for ties to extremist groups that may have been involved in the bombing of that federal building. And despite presenting the subject as a true or credible case, Corbell's film completely and totally fails to provide any concrete scientific evidence or proof that these implants were extraterrestrial in nature. And this form of sensationalism undermines the credibility of legitimate research into the subject of alien encounters. Next, we get to Skinwalker Ranch and a case of completely and totally missed opportunities, because Corbell's involvement in the Skinwalker Ranch documentary likewise raised questions about his commitment to truth and actual accuracy. And while the ranch is steeped in paranormal lore, some would call it mythology, Corbell's documentary, like George Knapp books, largely relies on the testimonies of witnesses and fails to engage any scientific experts or provide substantial evidence to support the paranormal claims being made. By presenting these claims without any rigorous scrutiny or scientific validation, Corbell is perpetuating disinformation, misinformation, and falsehoods as true stories. They're not true unless you can prove the stories are true. Of course, there is the Bob Lazar connection, which was his most successful film. By some accounts, Mr. Jeremy Corbell made millions of dollars off that film. So perhaps one of the most controversial aspects of Corbell's so-called career is his association with Bob Lazar, a convicted pimp fake scientist who claimed to have worked on reverse engineering extraterrestrial technology at Area 51. While Corbell's films have presented Lazar's story as facts, people like me argue that Lazar's credibility is questionable at best. After all, he was a bankrupt person who was married to a convicted murderer at the time he claimed to work at Area 51 in 1989. It was the height of the Cold War. There's no way that Bob Lazar would have gotten clearance to work on any secret government project with all of his financial problems and being, at the time, married to a convicted murderer with organized crime ties. Go talk to somebody who evaluates people for any level of government clearance. Bob Lazar could never have stepped foot on Area 51. Corbell often does the lie by omission. He omits that information. He forgets to tell you that Bob Lazar was married to a convicted murderer with very strong ties to the Hells Angel Motorcycle Club, and that Bob Lazar was having huge financial problems right before he came out with his story. Bob Lazar would never have worked at Area 51, and we've got on the record comments from an Area 51 security guard who says Bob Lazar was never in the Janet flight logs. He never flew in or out of Area 51. Jeremy Corbell left all of that out of his so-called documentary. Recently, a researcher called Signals Intelligence interviewed some of Bob Lazar's supervisors at Los Alamos National Lab, former supervisors, who all claimed that Bob Lazar was a low-level electronics technician. He was never a scientist. Bob Lazar's education is fake. So Bob Lazar's credibility is questionable at best, and Jeremy Corbell purposefully leaves out all the information that prove that Bob Lazar's story is completely and totally fake. Then there is Corbell's refusal to engage in open debates with anyone skeptical on the subject of Bob Lazar. He won't debate me or Jeremy Rise, alien scientist, or anyone else who's actually done their homework on the Bob Lazar story. And this, of course, raises further concerns about his commitment to transparency and evidence-based journalism. After all, if the story really is true, why couldn't he debate it with someone who had all the information that he left out of his documentary on purpose? Next, we get to the pyramid spaceship and triangle craft and a total lack of critical inquiry. There's been a recent controversy involving Jeremy Corbell that centers on his promotion of alleged pyramid-shaped UFOs captured on video. It was later revealed, mostly by Mick West, later by the United States government, that the pyramid effect was created by filming through a night vision scope. This, of course, undermines the authenticity of the footage. It's not a pyramid-shaped spacecraft or UFO. It's, in some cases, stars or a conventional aircraft. It even had the same light signature that conventional aircraft have. Similarly, Corbell's recent claim of a giant triangle craft, which was later debunked completely and totally as just being flares dropped during a military exercise, this, of course, raises questions about him doing his due diligence in verifying the claims before promoting them. In the recent Flare story, where he claimed it was a triangle UFO craft the size of a football field, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp claimed they investigated that story for 2 years. Why then were people like Mick West and others able to debunk that entire story 5 minutes after they aired it? They spent 2 years on the story, but somehow didn't know about military exercises taking place at the exact time and the exact place at the exact location of the so-called spacecraft sighting. They did it on purpose. Either they did that on purpose to make money selling a story they knew was completely and totally fake and just flares, or they are the dumbest, laziest investigators on planet Earth. Most troubling to me, however, and I am following up with this story through several government contacts, most troubling to me is Corbell's alleged involvement in the release of government-funded UFO videos and his alleged access to classified materials. This has drawn significant attention and scrutiny, even resulting in David Grush being investigated, allegedly. This is rumors and speculation, but many people, I think it's informed speculation, that many people are saying that Dave Grush allegedly was the source for Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. They were, for a time, releasing lots of stuff while they were getting to know Mr. Grush. then that all stopped right around the time that Mr. Grush got investigated by the United States government for possibly leaking materials to journalists. I don't consider them journalists, but that's what happened. And while Corbell maintains that he operates within legal and ethical boundaries, other people in the intelligence community and the military world have told me that there is no way that anyone should or could have legally leaked some of the material that George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell have been releasing. The best example of this is the so-called Mosul orb still image, which Jeremy Corbell himself admits is a still image that came from a video that was included in a classified briefing somewhere within the United States government. I reached out to several members of the intelligence community, both of which told me you cannot take a still image from a video that is shown in a classified briefing and give it to a journalist and then have that journalist make all kinds of money on that still image. That would be extremely problematic for anybody that did that. So could that perhaps be the reason why Dave Grush was investigated after hanging out with these guys several times? I think so. And time will tell. So Corbell maintains that he operates within legal and ethical boundaries. However, go talk to military people. Are you allowed, if you're on a Navy ship, to take a video of inside the Navy ship's command center and then leak it to Jeremy Corbell so he could make money, especially while they are encountering some unknown craft over the ship? Of course not. That would be extremely problematic for anybody that chose to do that. Yet Corbell, with no consequences, routinely releases things that would be illegal, in the opinion of the people that I've talked to, allegedly illegal, let's leave it at that, for him to be in possession of. You can't, as a Navy employee or seaman, take video on your phone of a Navy command center or radar screen and then give it to Jeremy Corbell so he could make money claiming aliens. That would be extremely detrimental to your career. And Corbell and Knapp have recently admitted that there's investigations going on within the United States government. Why? And another issue is Corbell's constant copywriting, trademarking, whatever, of government-funded videos. In other words, if there is footage that is owned or created by employees of the United States government, which is then leaked to Jeremy Corbell, he has no legal right to copyright that or to make money off of that. That belongs to everyone. That's taxpayer-funded footage. He has no right. And I have continually asked this question. Do you know how every time you watch a news segment on UFOs and they play Corbell's videos, he may be getting a royalty payment for that? I have continually asked publicly, does Jeremy Corbell get a royalty payment every time we see the fake pyramid UFO video playing in the background while people are talking about UFOs on news programs? Does he get a royalty payment every time we see the fake flares? Or does George Knapp get a royalty payment every time we see the Batman balloon? Those are all taxpayer-funded materials. They have no right to make money from public information, publicly funded, taxpayer-funded materials. In my opinion, they have no right to copyright that or to rent it out to news organizations so that they get a little bit of money every time a news organization plays that material or shows it. And by the way, I don't know 100% that they are getting royalty payments from those news organizations. But other people have confirmed for me that if you provide footage to a news organization and they use it, you'll get a royalty payment or some form of financial remuneration for using your material. But the problem is, it's not Jeremy Corbell's material. It belongs to the United States government and the taxpayers. We all paid for it. They have no right to profit from it. So when we get to the allegations of allegedly George Knapp or Jeremy Corbell mishandling classified materials, it casts a very serious shadow over their so-called journalistic integrity. Hey, newsflash, they have no integrity. If they did, they wouldn't have sold a story about a triangle-shaped craft the size of a football field when it was really flares dropped from a military exercise. Investigations into these claims and the allegations of them leaking possibly classified material further underscore the potential consequences of their profiteering motives, their sensationalism, and their reckless promotion of possibly classified information. Jeremy Corbell's so-called career as an investigative filmmaker, and later what he claims to be now, and by the way, he's claiming to be an investigative journalist now so he can hide behind journalist shield laws. That's why he suddenly started calling himself a journalist. He's not a journalist. He's a garbage peddler. His career as an investigative filmmaker, and later what he claims to be now, an investigative journalist, has been marked by false stories, disinformation, misinformation, controversy from his promotion of unverified claims in his so-called documentaries. By the way, they're not documentaries. They're from a garbage peddler who does no fact checking, who only gives you half the story, who constantly uses the lie by omission to make a story work and be profitable. Listen, if he had done the Bob Lazar documentary the right and ethical way, he wouldn't have made any money, because after all the hype, you can pick apart Bob Lazar's story as being completely and totally factually fake in 10 minutes. There wouldn't have been a film. And in fact, before that film was made, I sent Jeremy Corbell. I once used to talk to him before the Bob Lazar controversy. And I asked him to include some of my questions in the documentary. He promised me he would. I sent him all this material that proved, in my opinion, proved 100% that Bob Lazar is a con artist, a liar, and a fraud. And I asked him to address it in the film. He said he would. Then the film came out, and guess what got cut? Everything I sent him. That's not an honest investigative filmmaker making a real film where he's looking for the truth. That's what a garbage peddler does to make the garbage peddled story profitable and work. There's no money if the Bob Lazar story is fake. There's only money if the story is true, or you tell people it's true and people believe it may be true. Jeremy Corbell has no ethical standards. And in fact, after that film came out, I messaged him. I said, what happened to all the material that I sent you and everybody else sent you? You cut it all? And he said to me, I'm going to find the screenshot and the quote. He told me, there's no story, Stephen, if the story's not true. There's no film deal. That's what he told me. So that should raise some very serious questions. And it's imperative that, in my opinion, it's imperative that people who call themselves investigative filmmakers prioritize truth and accuracy and ethical conduct in their work. If they don't, they're going to damage the credibility of the entire subject that they are covering. And the credibility of the entire field depends on maintaining the highest standards of journalism and ethics. And that's the problem that I always have with these guys. There is no ethics. They have no ethics. They'll do anything to make a story sell. They'll do anything they have to. What? This is really flares, and anybody in 5 minutes can verify that this is really flares and not an alien spacecraft. All right, here's what we'll do. We just won't talk about that. And then when the story gets busted, for days, we'll go on a tour of media appearances claiming people said it was flares. I don't think it's flares. We're still investigating. Bull. They're not still investigating. They weren't still investigating. They knew they got busted. That story was about flares. These people are not truth seekers. They are not on the level. They deceptively edit stories so that they can profit. That's what this is about. It's about filling their pockets with money. Corbell just bought $1 million property somewhere. I think it's in California or Colorado. He just bought $1 million property. And he bought that with money he made by deceiving people, by carefully crafting the illusion of true stories, by doing the lie by omission, by leaving out all the information that doesn't really help to sell the story as true. And, you know, I grew up really respecting and admiring documentary filmmakers, but we have reached a level where people just claim that title. They say, I'm a documentary filmmaker. Great. And then they do stuff like Corbell does. It's really disheartening and troubling to me. We're going to take a moment to recognize the members of the live chat. We thank you all for being here. We are doing our due diligence tonight. And if you're just joining us, we're covering the deceptive duo. That's what I'm calling them now, the deceptive duo. Birds of a feather, right? George Knapp has been selling fake stories for 30 years. And Jeremy Corbell is fond of, that's my mentor. He's fond. He loves saying that. My mentor, George Knapp, my mentor. Congratulations, Corbell. You learned from the best on how to deceptively edit, how to do the lie by omission, how to leave out all the truth that would show that the story is fake. You learned it from a master. And obviously we can see specific examples where they use the same methods. Jeremy Corbell learned these methods from George Knapp and applies the same methods to create illusions of true stories and push fake information as true. And I believe that they are doing irreparable harm to the subject of UFOs and aliens, irreparable harm. And what they just did is wheel a mental patient into Congress to talk about alien bodies. Well, not only a mental patient with post-traumatic stress disorder and autism. They wheeled him in to Congress to talk about alien bodies and, you know, spaceships with no evidence and no proof. And by the way, it is now September 6th, 91 days now. 91 days, we got zero evidence from Dave Grush so far. Remember, when the story started, they claimed he was going to name names, all this stuff. Oh, no, he can't. It's all classified. No, it's not. The Department of Defense pre-publication organization cleared him to talk about alien bodies, cleared him to talk about crash retrievals, cleared him to talk about back engineering alien spacecraft. They cleared him to talk about all that. So by definition, none of that is classified. All of this is just an excuse. He has no evidence. We were told he would name names, program names, show us the locations where they're holding the alien spacecraft. And everybody into UFOs and aliens, when that was told to us all, everybody got their disclosure boner. The hardest disclosure boner they've ever gotten. Because here comes Dave Grush, and he's going to verify it's all true. They do have alien bodies. It's all true. They do have intact, recovered alien spaceships. It's all true. They do have recovered technology. There are crash retrieval programs where they're picking up alien spaceships and taking them back to some secret hangar and ripping them apart and figuring out how they work. It's all true. Isn't that a little convenient? And we were told he had evidence of all of this. 91 days now. There is no evidence. Not that he could make public. Funny that. How long are we going to go with zero evidence from Dave Grush before all of us, even true believers, have to just admit that Dave Grush does not have the evidence that we were told he has? He has fake evidence like the Mussolini story. It's a hoax. That's his evidence. Fake documents. And a fake story about a crash that happened in Mussolini's Italy that no one can verify, that even involves Marconi, who, by the way, I've been doing some research. Marconi could not have been involved in the project they claimed he was. It's great. And then along comes a UFO profiteering whore who tacks on new versions of the story, right? Oh, now they recovered bodies and the Vatican was involved and they took it back to Wright-Patterson. But the problem is that person who tacked that information onto the story that Dave Grush is repeating like an idiot parrot, That guy's been involved in multiple UFO hoaxes and fake stories, all for profit and fame, and to try to enrich himself with fake stories about UFOs and aliens. Is that the level of Dave Grush's so-called evidence? That's the only evidence he's really mentioned that he's in possession of. Fake documents about a fake UFO crash in Italy that no one can verify, and has a direct involvement with William Brophy, who was involved in the Trinity UFO hoax and other hoaxes. This is not looking good. Dave Grush is just another person these two are using, just like they used Bob Lazar, or maybe Bob Lazar used them. And by the way, I should mention that for all of you people who constantly repeat the stupid talking points of Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, like Bob Lazar never profited from his story. Get out of here. He's been profiting from the story since he came out with it. Bob Lazar is back. Pimp Daddy returns. Bob Lazar, brothels, hoes, and fake UFOs. Well, that's not the real. I don't recall I do not recall the title of the new documentary, but I'm sure that Bob Lazar will be making a mountain of money from that. And hey, here's the good news. They're bringing in remote viewers. They're going to bring in remote viewers. They're going to do the wackadoo prover maneuver, friends. And that's when one person tells fantastical fairy tales about UFOs and aliens and has zero evidence or proof that his claims are real. And then what do? If you really need to prove the story is true or make a new documentary, you bring in new wackadoos like psychic remote viewers who are going to tell you, oh yeah, Bob's telling the truth. We just remote viewed S4. S4 doesn't exist. It's all fake. All of this is fake. It's great. So Bob Lazar is going to be back with a new documentary. And that's another thing. People were saying, oh, Dave Grush confirms that Bob Lazar was telling the truth. Again, that's the wackadoo prover maneuver. You got one guy with absolutely no evidence in the form of Bob Lazar, and along comes another guy with absolutely no evidence in the form of Dave Grush. And somehow one wackadoo with no evidence saying similar things to the other wackadoo with no evidence is supposed to prove they're both telling the truth. It doesn't. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Now, there is also the issue of these claims that Dave Grush was being muzzled, right? There is also the claims that Dave Grush has been muzzled by Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. They're both saying, oh, he got muzzled. You mean people told the truth about him being a mental patient, so he had to go away for a while and hope a lot of people forget that he's a mental patient, talking about aliens and UFOs. And by the way, I'm going to just repeat this again for the benefit of all you stupid people sending me hate mail. If somebody testifies before Congress and starts talking about aliens and UFOs and alien bodies and alien spaceships in possession of the United States government, and they're not a mental patient and don't have post-traumatic stress disorder and autism, they would be viewed as much more credible than somebody doing the same thing that is a mental patient or was a mental patient, has autism and post-traumatic stress disorder. And if you deny that, then you're living in a delusional fantasy world. Because I challenge you. I did it. Go ask 10 people. Just ask them this. We've got two guys both talking about aliens, UFOs, and spaceships in the possession of the United States government. One has autism, post-traumatic stress disorder, and a history of mental problems, even getting locked up in a mental institution for a little while. That's how serious his mental problems were. The other person has no history of those things. Who's more credible? Go ask 10 people. So you people sending me hate mail for calling David Grush a mental patient, that's a factually accurate statement. Dave Grush was a mental patient. And but we're going to get into the claims of him being muzzled. And I think that they are behind the scenes trying to keep this story going. All of these grifters that have promoted and profited from the Grush story for 90 days now are pissed. They're all pissed. And by the way, I have the inside track on some of this. And hey, if these clowns can use all these anonymous sources, then so can I. But trust me when I tell you that I have the inside track on some of these people. And they should be very careful with who they shoot their mouths off to, because a lot of people secretly hate them that pretend to be their friends. And then you know what they do? They come like beautiful little birds and they tweet in my ear what's really going on behind the scenes. And what's really going on behind the scenes is all these profiteering whores that have been promoting and profiting from the Dave Grush story for 90 days now are pissed. We've showed you a graphic previously. You can look up Google Trends. The story peaked, right? And then it totally died. All interest in the story, people Googling it, whatever, is gone now. And that happened right when it got revealed that that guy was a mental patient. The whole story just crashed. There's no interest left. And the profiteering, huckstering whores who brought us this story are pissed. They planned, at least this is what I'm told, take from this what you will, rumors, whatever. They planned on profiting from this story for 6 months to a year before they would then release a documentary and drip, 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 just a little more information to make people believe that Grush is telling the truth. They're pissed. The whole story crashed. And now they are having Groom 2.0. Remember how Brian Bender said Lou Elizondo groomed Dave Grush for this current role? Well, behind the scenes right now, after the stunning revelations that he was a mental patient came out and crashed and killed the story, they're behind the scenes now. All these profiteering, huckstering whores are behind the scenes feeding Grush encouragement to do new interviews and things. There was no muzzle, but we're going to get into it. I'm going to put my fair use banner up. We're going to get into it and investigate. And by the way, we will be getting to, I apologize. We will be getting to the Joe Rogan interview, but I've got just a few clips and I'll explain that in a moment. Joe Rogan is the worst when it comes to sharing any of his stuff. And I'll give you more details on that. Okay, here we go. So this is on a recent episode of Weaponized. And look, they're low budget like everybody else. No fancy set, just a Zoom call. But it is what it is. So this is fair use. We're educating the public about UFO profiteering hucksters, George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, and their various fake stories and fake claims. If you're just joining us, we're covering the deceptive duo. Did they really fool Joe Rogan again? I think so. We're breaking it down for you. Welcome.
Yeah, man. And, you know, look, I'd like to kind of move and end towards a positive note, which is that I believe David Grush will be unmuzzled very soon. And I think that he'll get through that part and that we'll hear more from him in a couple of different forms. And I think.
Yeah. Who muzzled him? Who put a muzzle on him? He was cleared by the DOD to talk about alien bodies, alien crash retrievals, alien spaceships. He's not muzzled. He's cleared to talk about any of that he wants. He can say anything he wants about that stuff because the DOD reviewed what he wanted to talk about and determined that none of that is classified. But now we're going to get the classified excuses for why he can't give us any evidence for 91 days now. 91 days and counting, and all these guys hyped this guy up and claimed that he had all this evidence. By the way, see that mountain of money? That's what Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are making. And you should see Joe Rogan's mountain of money. We did some calculations. Joe Rogan got 2 million views just from a 15-minute clip of an interview with these guys. Do you know what 2 million views is worth on YouTube? Well, a lot of it depends on the YouTube channel specific numbers. But it's fair to say that people can get between $6 and $12 in ad revenue per 1,000 views. And there's 1,000 thousands in a million. And by the way, I had trouble doing this for some reason, but you can work it out. We'll go on the low end. If you say $6 per 1,000 views, there's 1,000 thousands in a million. The clip got 2 million views. So I'm thinking it's somewhere between $10,000 and $20,000 that Joe Rogan made just from a 15-minute clip of the interview. And by the way, I'm worse than Einstein with basic math, but somehow I'm great at calculus. guys share that in common. Let's not turn that into a David Wilcock moment where I'm saying I'm smarter than Einstein, right? I'm not claiming that. I'm just claiming that when it comes to basic math, I screw up and I need help sometimes. Like I can't figure it out. How much money? But I think I'm accurate in saying, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, you get between $6 and $12 per 1,000 views. There's 1,000 1,000s in a million. He got 2 million. It's somewhere between $10,000 and $20,000 that Rogan made off that interview just for the clip, right? And let's not forget that Rogan got 300 million for the Spotify deal. Oh, and that's another point that we should bring up. Rogan's comedy specials are on Netflix. You know what else is on Netflix? Do you know what else is on Netflix besides Joe Rogan's comedy specials? Jeremy Corbell's documentaries are on Netflix. So some have wondered or speculated if Joe Rogan is not being as questioning or as critical or as, skeptical of these guys as he should because of some business relationship. Now, I don't know if that's true. I'm just reporting accurately that people are claiming that. People are claiming that Joe Rogan sold out because his comedy specials are on Netflix and Corbell's documentaries are on Netflix. And maybe, and of course, I agree, this is rumors and speculations, take from it what you will. Maybe somebody at Netflix said, Joe, you got to have these guys on and help promote his films. They're on Netflix along with your comedy specials. We'd appreciate it. And for anybody who suggests that those kind of favors don't happen in the entertainment business, then you're an idiot, because they do. They do. But let's get back to this. He's claiming that Dave Grush was muzzled somehow, but now he's going to come out and talk about more stuff.
I think that's really important that he can speak openly about what it is that he believes. He knows what it is we can check on. Not everything, but I think this restriction that we have on him right now.
Who put a restriction on him? What restriction is on him? There's no restriction on him. This is a completely and totally factually inaccurate statement. We live in the United States of America. Everybody has freedom of speech. Now, is he not allowed to talk about classified things? Sure, he's not allowed to talk about his knowledge of classified projects. However, the DoD pre-publication office cleared him to talk about alien spacecraft, alien bodies, crash retrieval programs, alien back engineering programs. So by definition, none of those things are classified, and he can say whatever he wants about them. Then why is he muzzled? He's not muzzled. What happened is that this story took a shit when everybody found out that Dave Grush was a mental patient with PTSD and autism. And many people have speculated, including myself, that these UFO profiteering hucksters may have taken advantage of a mentally ill man with autism and post-traumatic stress disorder in order to make money. And by the way, they've done just as slimy things before. Why would somebody, they wouldn't do that. Yeah, they would. They sold flares as a goddamn alien spaceship. You think they wouldn't take a guy with mental problems and convince him to be some hero for disclosure so that they could all cash in? And by the way, all these people are cashing in. They knew that he was a mentally ill man with a history of mental problems, who was depressed and suicidal not so long ago, who had post-traumatic stress disorder, and who had autism. And we've highlighted here that people with autism can't tell when people are manipulating them. There's scientific studies that prove that. And again, I'm not arguing that point. Argue with Scientific American. It's in scientific peer-reviewed journals. What I'm telling you is a fact. People with autism are easier to manipulate than people without autism. People with autism cannot tell if someone is lying to them or manipulating them as well as somebody not affected by autism. That's a scientific fact. It's in Scientific American and scientific peer-reviewed journals. There are scientific studies that support that that's a factual statement. I'm not arguing with you. These people may have taken advantage of him. Nobody is muzzling Dave Grush. This is just more fake stories to explain why Dave Grush went silent. Maybe he went silent because he realized he was being manipulated by these people. Maybe he went silent because everybody forgot to tell him, well, they claim they told him, that all the skeletons in his closet when he hit the national stage would come out.
That is very real. I think that's going to go away soon. If not, we're going to be loud as hell. And I also know for a fact that there are...
By the way, Anytime Jeremy Corbell says, I know for a fact, he's lying. I can give you specific examples from the past, such as he said, I know for a fact that there are military shootdowns of UFOs or UAPs as early as recently as last Friday. Guess what? That didn't happen. None of that happened. He made that up. And what did he say before he said that lie? I know for a fact. He's got to tell. If he says he knows for a fact, it's because he's lying. It's his prover maneuver. It's part of his bluffing. All right, let's continue with this garbage.
There are other people who have taken similar steps as David Grush, like already inked.
Oh, so other people are filing complaints, or what does he mean by that? Pretty vague statement.
Ready to fire a number of other people who are insiders in these programs. So however the public hears about these people, it's not going to be really long, right? This is an imminent thing. People
Oh, it's imminent. How long is it going to be then?
will come forward. Now, in what form? Because sometimes if you do it like Dave Grush did, all of it, you can say more because it's all classified through the IGIC or ICIG whistleblower complaint. So that's all classified. However, there are other.
Here's the classified excuse. That's the excuse. It's all classified. Well, the DOD said it. None of it is classified. So who's correct here? The people profiting from promoting these fake stories, or the DOD, who said that nothing that Dave Grush wanted to talk about was classified?
Ways people might be coming forward. So it's either going to be through that classified realm and or where people can do more hearings and they can be publicly heard. And you know, George, I'm going to fight for public hearings. Like
there will be no more congressional hearings about UFOs in the foreseeable future. And the reason for that is many of the senators and congressmen, I should say, involved in the last hearing were extremely embarrassed by the fact that these guys wheeled a mental patient into Congress to talk about alien bodies, but then he couldn't talk about anything in public hearings. Funny that. In fact, he gave more details and talked about more things in a news interview with disgraced Australian journalist Ross Coulthart than he did in the public UFO hearings in front of Congress. Funny that. Who told him to pull back on some of his claims? Who told him to keep using the excuse that he couldn't talk about these things in public? He could talk about them in public to News Nation. Was he getting paid for the News Nation interview? And how much is he getting paid for the documentary deal he had in place with Ross Coulthart as of May 5th, before he ever was known or became a public figure? How much money has Dave Grush made so far? How much money have these guys made so far? How much money has News Nation and Nexstar Media, which is, these guys are all connected. Nexstar Media is connected to George Knapp's News 7 Las Vegas station. They're connected to George Knapp's Mystery Wire, and they're connected directly to News Nation, all profiting from this story.
That is so important. It's like a symbol for other people. So look, the future is bright if we keep fighting, if we keep pushing. And remember, kindness is gangster. Everybody likes to fight each other in this topic. We got to push forward, at least for the same cause, even if we don't agree. And the cause is revelation and understanding.
Yeah, don't question the narrative. Just keep pushing. I don't understand that. We're not allowed to question you people who have been caught selling provably fake stories time and time and time again. We're not, of course, people want to battle with you. People are tired. The reason that I'm here and successful is a testament to how sick people are of these clowns selling fake stories, pushing false narratives, pushing disinformation, massaging all of the data and doing the lie by omission, like with the Flare story. Oh, we forgot to tell you, it's not a giant alien spaceship. It's just flares being dropped during a military exercise during the exact time, exact place, and exact location of the sighting that we're saying is a giant pyramid, or I'm sorry, triangle craft, right? It's ridiculous. People are sick of it. People are sick of it. And I think that this old guard of fake UFOery, right? They don't realize that people are tiring of them and their false narratives, their disinformation, their misinformation, and fake stories. People are sick of it. And there will be no new UFO hearings in Congress, I think, for years now. And it's their fault because they embarrassed all those congressmen by wheeling a mental patient into Congress to talk about aliens and UFOs, but then he had no evidence or proof that he could share in an open hearing.
In truth, there's no world where it's okay to hold back something so big. So the demuzzling of David Grush would be an excellent episode of Weaponized if we get to the point where he's demuzzled, right?
Nobody muzzled him. He can speak about any of those things according to the DOD freely. Why isn't he? Maybe he's embarrassed that all the skeletons are coming out of his closet now. Maybe he is. Maybe he's being handled by these people that are trying to profit from him. And let's be clear. If it becomes clear that these people purposefully manipulated a mentally ill autistic man with post-traumatic stress disorder in order to profit from him for months on end with no evidence, I think that they should be criminally prosecuted. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a law enforcement officer. It's just my personal opinion. That's a form of psychological terror and abuse. That's a form, if I were to exploit a senior citizen with dementia, that's a criminal act. Is it a criminal act to exploit a mentally ill man with autism and post-traumatic stress disorder? I don't know. I'd have to talk to a law enforcement person or a district attorney. But if it's not, it should be. It should be. And these guys got enough problems, though, with the investigations apparently going on into them allegedly or possibly leaking material that they should never have been in possession of.
Totally agree. I would just point out to our listeners and to the general public, I hope that they will stay engaged on this. It's a critical time right now. So Tim Burchett,
yeah, let's all don't abandon the story of the mental patient with no evidence for 91 days now of fantastic claims. Stay with us. We've gotten more fake shit to sell you. Great.
Luna and other members of Congress who've been pushing this ball down the field, they want a select committee to be appointed by the House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, to give them the authority to dig into this, give them subpoena power, to have more hearings that are not controlled by Mark Turner of Dayton, Ohio, that they can pursue this wherever it leads. Congress needs to hear from the public right now. It does make an impact when you...
It doesn't make any impact. These guys embarrassed Congress by doing what they did, right? And they're calling that congressional hearing a success. Okay, if you say so, then why did members of Congress say that they weren't pursuing the matter any further? Why did congressional aides listen to all of Grush's testimony, including that which took place behind closed doors before the hearing, and go back to members of Congress and say, quote, this man is not a reliable witness, unquote. And that quote came directly from Tim Burchett. Tim Burchett said that congressional aides heard his testimony and decided he was not a credible witness, and then said that's not their place to make that call. Well, they heard all the testimony.
Make calls and write letters and send emails to the likes of Kevin McCarthy and others.
Yeah, keep harassing Congress to investigate claims of UFO profiteering whore wackadoos that don't have evidence of their claims. It's worthless to do that. If you have some evidence, maybe they can investigate it. But if you're just going to go with anecdotal stories that are being repeated with no evidence to support those claims, that does nothing for so-called disclosure. We mentioned the disclosure boner before. All these guys, all these disclosure people have lost or are losing the disclosure boner that they were given with Dave Grush's story, because it's been 91 days and there's no evidence. And in my opinion, there may be some new so-called evidence, but it's going to be like that Italian UFO crash. It's not going to be anything substantial or groundbreaking or smoking gun. It's going to be, oh, look at these documents that we found on blackvault.com, And by the way, those fake Italian documents have been out since the late 1990s, I believe.
Other members of Congress, McCarthy, the speaker, is going to have to make this decision soon. I hope he hears from the public on this, and the public says we want more of it.
Yeah, and by the way, you're freely just as George Knapp is saying, you can call and say we want more of this. You can call your congressman and say, until these UFO wackadoos have evidence or proof, we don't want any more government money wasted on this. Millions of dollars of government money has been wasted by UFO wackadoos. Remember, OSAP, $22 million. What do we get? We get stories of werewolves and poltergeists at Skinwalker Ranch. No evidence, no proof, $22 million wasted. How much money was wasted on that congressional hearing where we got nothing? No evidence, right? Oh, we got testimony. Testimony's evidence, Stephen. We got no supporting or corroborative data to support the fantastical claims being made. And if you're going to make fantastical claims, you better have some evidence. And they just don't. That's the reality. And sorry, not sorry if I'm popping your delusion bubble. Pop, 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 bitch. The delusions are going away. They said he had all this evidence. 91 days now. No evidence.
So maybe I should have been real clear about this. So this is a good chance for you and me to be clear. Like, this is a time right now where we have this potential energy surrounding UFO transparency, learning about this stuff specifically right now.
No, all of the interest and energy was lost because you guys on purpose forgot to tell everybody that your star witness with no evidence was a mental patient.
Now, I believe Congress is in a recess, do they call it, where they're all chilling out, but they're coming back in September, this coming month. And I've been told, hey man, look, if people write or if they call to their local senators and Congress people and they say, you are about to vote on the National Defense Authorization Act and the Intelligence Authorization Act. You are about to vote. In fact, you're about to debate.
Yeah, remember, they're trying to slip in UFO crap into that. And that's kind of underhanded, but it is what it is. A lot of things slip in. In my view, a lot of very bad things get slipped into that because it has to be passed. So all the pork and the waste spending, it all gets rolled into the NDAA because those funds have to pass or the military is over with. All the funding for the military comes from that, and everything else comes from that. It's kind of underhanded to slip in UFO nonsense into that, but that's what they're attempting.
You're about to debate what to include in these acts, which eventually the president basically just signs. Like, there's not usually a lot of pushback on that. He takes the advice of everybody coming. So what we can do is call Congress, call Senate, call your representatives in your state.
Yeah, I agree. Everybody should do that, but everybody should say, when you call your congressman or senator, you should say, we don't want you wasting money on UFO wackadoos like George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell unless they have real evidence and unless they apologize for all the fake stories they've sold over the years and come clean that they have purposefully sold fake stories for profit. These guys are making millions of dollars and they're using the government as a pawn to strengthen their so-called claims, right? Oh, look, people are talking about UFOs in Congress. Oh, look, people are talking about alien bodies in Congress. They are using the government as pawns so that they can profit, just like they use Dave Grush as a pawn so they can profit. I think that's wrong. So just as they're telling you to call your congressman and encourage wasteful spending on wackadoos, you can call your congressman or senator and say, I don't want you wasting money on these UFO wackadoos anymore. Enough. Millions of dollars has been wasted on this.
And say, I care about this. You're about to debate it. And it's going to go into the National Defense Authorization Act about reverse engineering, all this stuff. We want to know. We care about this. If people started doing that, if every single person that listens to this, if every single person reached out to their local representatives, holy shit, we would get answers, right? We would get push. So I think
No,
that
we
is something
wouldn't.
we should be really clear
Because
about.
they
that
don't have
people should
evidence.
do that. Make your government work for you.
Yeah. NDAA should be approved as written with the Schumer amendment in there that discusses non-human intelligence and crash
I agree,
retrieval
Julie.
materials, things of that
He
sort.
has no
We
evidence.
want that approved. We'd also like to see a House Select Committee on UAP approved, authorized by the Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. That's not too much to ask. They should be able to investigate and follow the evidence wherever it leads. If people at the end of when they listen to this episode of Weaponized, get on their computer, find their local.
No, that's garbage, David Fritz, or should I say Jeremy Corbell. By the way, I'm told by a very reliable source of mine that Corbell and Knapp watch every time I do this, and then they sit there seething, trying to figure out how to get around the truth that I'm dropping. No, they have a responsibility to verify that they're presenting accurate information if they're claiming that the stories they're peddling are true. They don't do that. They claim they spent 2 years on that flare story investigating it, yet they somehow missed the military exercises with flares. Hey, David Fritz, how did they miss that Bob Lazar was bankrupt at the time he claimed to work at Area 51 and could never have gotten clearance? Why did they miss that you can't have a particle accelerator in your bedroom like Bob Lazar claimed? How did they miss all those things? Do you really think that they're that stupid that they did it all by accident? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. This is purposeful massaging of available data in order to concoct or construct fake stories that appear to be true.
Congressmen and senators and send them an email or call them up. It can make a big difference.
Yeah. So there's that. David Grush is muzzled. No, he's not. The DOD said he can talk about any of that he wants to. Why then are they saying that? What evidence do they have that Dave Grush is being muzzled? They have the same amount of evidence for that they have for, their claims of Bob Lazar working on alien spaceships. None. They have no evidence. And by the way, now we're going to talk for a moment about the problems with Joe Rogan's podcast. I just want to make it very clear that occasionally people take clips from my show without my knowledge, consent, or permission, and then they use those clips to trash me somehow. And I don't file copyright claims. I can't because I'm a public figure. So is Joe Rogan. And Joe Rogan constantly plays clips on his show. If you watch Joe Rogan, every show he plays a few clips of things. He's doing the same thing that we do here. It's called fair use. If it's a transformative work and you're using those clips to educate your audience, it's allowable by law. We do it all the time here, especially when we're doing commentary shows like we're doing tonight and educating the public. It's a transformative work. It's not taking the clip and just reposting it and trying to profit from other people's work. You're allowed to do that by law, especially when we're educating the public and critiquing the videos that we're sharing. However, Rogan has some sort of inside track with YouTube, and you can't play anything from Joe Rogan's show. In fact, I had to create special videos for tonight's broadcast with just the audio. And even one of those got flagged and as not playable on YouTube at all, blocked in all territories. So Rogan employs some kind of service company that just, and by the way, I'm on the fence about this because you can go on YouTube and see hundreds, thousands, probably tens of thousands of people just stealing Joe Rogan's show clips and putting them on their channels, some trying to profit, some not. You'll find clips where they they tweak the audio, they pitch shift the audio so that the algorithm doesn't catch it, and then they monetize it. That's stealing from Joe Rogan's show. But in our case, we're not stealing. We're using a clip in the spirit of fair use and educating the public. You can't do that with any Joe Rogan clips. I cannot play you 5 seconds of a Joe Rogan clip with video, or it gets flagged, blocked, completely blocked. You can't even play it on your YouTube channel. Our whole live stream would get taken down. And by the way, just a note of caution, I don't know if that may happen with us just using the audio. It passed, and it passed when I uploaded these clips earlier as no copyright restrictions. However, I don't know that during this live broadcast, they won't flag it again. So I'm going to do my very best to stop it as much as I can and not play it too long. And I apologize if our stream gets borked, but I just want to say to Joe Rogan, look, you got to be fair. I understand you don't want people stealing from you and your show, just as I don't want people stealing from me and my show. But you are a public figure with a huge platform. And certainly what these people are talking about is newsworthy and worthy of discussion. I should be able to play clips from that and talk about it in the spirit of fair use. That's the law. But somehow the rich, the powerful, and the elite who have more money and more lawyers than someone like me can just get a service company to just completely flag anybody using their clips and make it not playable. So I think that it's really not fair that Joe Rogan's going to platform these UFO profiteering whores that are literally lying through their teeth on his podcast and not allow people to play the clips and talk about them and their deceptive practices. It's the law. I'm allowed to do this, but things are stacked against us here. I don't have the lawyers to fight with Joe Rogan, nor would I really want to. Just want to make sure that we're very clear in that, this is a real problem. And also, if Joe Rogan is contributing to these people spreading false and inaccurate information, and then we're not allowed to counter it, that's just not fair. And I really think Joe Rogan is a good person at heart, and he means well. And maybe he's not even aware of this situation. I can't play you a 5-second clip from the Joe Rogan Experience with video, or it will be flagged as blocked in all territories. Can't even play it here for you. So I apologize that there's no video. I had to make these clips special just so that we could cover this. And our whole stream may get shut down from doing this, even though what I'm doing is completely and totally legal and ethical. Just want to put that out there in case we have any problems. Now let's get into this. I thought we grabbed the two most interesting clips, which is right in the beginning. Joe Rogan asks them, aren't you concerned that what you may be spreading is disinformation? And they don't handle that question very well. That's perhaps the only critical question I heard through this. And the other relevant clip is the 15-minute clip where they talk about Dave Grush. We'll be covering both. But let's take a moment to recognize the live chat. We want to thank all of you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. And before, let's get into this, friends. This is fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public and discussing what was discussed on Joe Rogan's podcast with Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp.
All day.
Oh, let me. By the way, even the audio gets flagged sometimes. So we're going to just fast forward just a smidge there ahead of Joe Rogan's iconic beginning of his show music. Joe Rogan by day, podcast by night. You know the tune.
Two musketeers at the front lines of UFO disclosure.
It is scary if that's true, Joe.
I think you guys are. I mean, you're certainly prominent.
Can I get the mic turned up on this bad boy?
Yeah, there's a little thing right there.
Shit.
You could hear your own voice. There's a volume knob right there.
Could be.
There we go.
Yeah.
We're up.
It's exciting times.
It is. It's very exciting times.
I've said it a few times that I never thought I would see it in my life. I would just keep plugging away this is my 36th year doing this, chasing this crazy story.
All right, we'll open the complaint department for a moment. Do you think that I should do all of what I do here for free? Because the ads help support what we do here. And if you don't like it, yes, there are methods to get around that. I'm not allowed to mention them, but you did. So I apologize if you don't like that there's ads on a live stream. There's ads on virtually every live stream, at least the successful ones that keep doing what they're doing on every major platform.
Never thought it would make this much progress. Still a long way to go. But
are you apprehensive at all?
I love that he says they're making progress. George Knapp just said they're making such progress. What progress? You wheeled a mental patient into Congress, and many congressional leaders thought that was embarrassing. What progress? There's no progress. We're at the same garbage level of, disclosure's coming soon that we've been for 75 years. There's no progress.
You apprehensive at all that some of the stuff that they're releasing is bullshit?
Of course.
Wait,
who's releasing?
I mean, when you see these the Pentagon's talking about it, when intelligent officials, you ever wonder whether or not it's disinformation?
Yeah, I would think.
Go ahead. So I'll take that first. I've heard you kind of talk about that a bunch, and I think it's a very healthy.
They don't really like this question because they are the disinformation peddlers and they know it. They are the misinformation peddlers and they know it. They've been pushing fake stories for years. Knapp for 30 plus years pushing fake stories. Rogan asked them, "Aren't you afraid that this is disinformation?" They don't like this question.
The suspicion to have. My perspective is a little different in that people are always coming at me with fake information like every day, all the time. But the people in government that we have been able to kind of interface with, I wish there was an adult in the room. I wish that this was orchestrated through the media. It would give me some sort of hope that someone has some sort of control.
Yeah, and this is garbage because it is orchestrated through the media. It's orchestrated through Nexstar Media, which has ties directly to all these people, has ties to everybody profiting from this, to News Nation, direct ties, to Mystery Wire and George Knapp, direct ties, to George Knapp, direct ties. After all, it's pretty clear that Jeremy Corbell got a lucrative gig doing a piece for News Nation. It is orchestrated through the media. It's orchestrated through the media company they all work for. That's some disinformation right there. And Joe Rogan, are you aware that Nexstar Media is paying all these people to promote and push this Grush story? Did you even know that one media company is directly tied to George Knapp's news station in Las Vegas, to his Mystery Wire podcast, to News Nation directly? It's all connected, and it's one media company that's pushing all of this on multiple platforms, and that's Nexstar Media. Did they disclose to Joe Rogan that they're all in bed with the same company that is profiting from this to the tune of perhaps millions of dollars so far? Of course not. And this is where I have a problem with Mr. Rogan. And I said what I wanted to say in the beginning of this broadcast, and I think that I was fair and kind in explaining why I've been sort of gloves off of Mr. Rogan. But now we're going to put the gloves on. Joe Rogan, you have a responsibility. If you are incapable, or your staff, I know you have Jamie and not many. I don't think Rogan has a huge staff. He's got that one guy. He's got one guy, and he built the biggest podcast in the world. God bless him. But if Mr. Rogan and his organization that produces his podcast is incapable or unable to do the research required to give their viewers accurate information, then he has a responsibility to bring in somebody who can. And wouldn't it be more fair to your audience, Mr. Rogan, to bring in somebody like me who can fill in the blanks? When you have them on, bring me. I will pack a bag and get on a plane to Texas or wherever you want me to the very next day or whatever date you tell me to, and I will sit there across the table from them and we'll give your audience the whole truth. What you're doing, Mr. Rogan, is giving the audience half the story. And that's what you have been doing this entire time, that you have let yourself become manipulated by these UFO profiteering, huckstering whores who have been caught selling fake story after fake story after fake story after fake story, some of which they promoted on your podcast. And afterwards, we find out the stories they promoted on your podcast are fake. I believe in due time we'll find out that this Mr. Grush has no evidence. So again, you are helping them promote a story with no evidence, just as you helped George Knapp promote a book that he claimed was based on all this evidence. Then he had to admit on your podcast he had no evidence. You got to bring in someone more skeptical. and someone who has been closely following these people like me, or hey, maybe Mick West or somebody from Skeptoid or Michael Shermer, somebody that's going to deliver to your audience the other side of the coin here. One side of the coin is not helping your audience be fully informed on this whole topic. You are simply helping these people profit and promote from what are largely false narratives, fake stories, misinformation, and disinformation. And I think, someone remind me of this as my platform gets larger. Large platforms have a responsibility to be balanced. There's no balance here. There's these guys selling their wares and no pushback, or virtually no pushback. And it's not the fault of Joe Rogan. He doesn't have 1,000 hours to put into researching everything they've ever put out. I've already done that. I'm willing to come there and give people the other half of the story
on this, and that has not been my experience.
So what is your experience? Like, what's your impression of how it's all happening?
And is he saying the government always tells him the truth?
Big question. I don't know where to start on that, but here's what I know. I know that there are people in government that want some level of disclosure on whatever this is without.
Yeah, of course there is. There's people that are intensely interested in this topic, but they're kind of wackadoos that believe anything, like Tim Burchett, right? Of course there are people. Of course there's people in government that want the so-called disclosure. That is a meaningless statement.
Defining it, just there should be oversight. So I know that to be true. There are good people that think that people are running amok, and there must be oversight, not just financially, but if these types of technologies actually exist.
Right. Who's in control?
And there's no proof that they actually exist. There is zero evidence that the government is in possession of alien technology. There's stories, but to me, stories without evidence are not true stories, therefore are without any value. Stories have no value without evidence. If you claim the story is true, but you have no evidence, it has no value.
Control them and why? And who has access to them and why?
I mean, we have a history of disinformation and misinformation put out to the public and to Congress by the intelligence community, by the
intelligence community, and by people like you, George Knapp. Why don't you be honest and say there's a history of fake information, fake stories, disinformation, and misinformation that was put out by intelligence community members, and people like me who live in $1 million mansions paid for by fake stories, right? It's interesting that he blames the government for everything, right? It's interesting that he blames the government and he doesn't acknowledge his own hand in putting out fake stories constantly.
The Pentagon, they lie all the time. It's part of the turf. It's part of the job.
Yeah, and you guys lie all the time. It's part of the turf. It's part of the job. Isn't it interesting? It's a form of projection. People always accuse others of that which they do. He's accusing the government of lying to us, as if he hasn't lied to everybody to sell a story. Of course he has. He's done it over and over and over again through his so-called career.
But for them to then go into closed door briefings with members of Congress, with the oversight committees who handle their budgets, for them to lie about that, that's another matter. And I don't think they would, because they could get busted for it. A lot of stuff is coming out now. And I know we get asked all the time, who's behind this push? It looks like it's one big movement.
Yeah, it's one big media company called Nexstar Media. And all of the people promoting, profiting from, and pushing this story work either directly or indirectly for Nexstar Media. So again, George Knapp is being completely and totally dishonest. He's not being honest with Joe Rogan or Joe Rogan's audience. He knows who's pushing this narrative. It's his employers that are pushing and profiting from this narrative.
As opposed to a bunch of different things that all happened in approximately the same time. It's kind of been organic. Different people.
No, it hasn't been organic. It's been orchestrated by Nexstar Media and all the people that work for them, including Ross Coulthart, Corbell, News Nation, Chris Cuomo, and everybody over there at News Nation.
People have come forward, and it encourages other people to come forward, as opposed to somebody doing a master manipulation of the whole thing.
Yeah, somebody did do a master manipulation of the whole thing, and it's called Nexstar Media. Joe Rogan should look up Nexstar Media. And if he does, he'll instantly find the connections between News Nation, who's pushing the story, George Knapp, who's pushing the story, Jeremy Corbell, who's pushing the story, Ross Coulthard, who's pushing the story. Everybody pushing the story is being manipulated by Nexstar Media.
What resistance is there to this information getting out?
There's resistance on like multiple levels. So despite what you believe to be true or not true, the big question is, are we going to be able to verify some of these claims? That's all I care about, right? If we're back engineering some of these craft, then I believe that we should have the discovery process to find out if things like what David Grush has said under oath, that he has literally put his well-being and his safety on the line for, if that is true, then we have a duty to find out.
If that is true. So here we have a stunning admission. Jeremy Corbell doesn't know if what George Knapp is saying is true. He wants people to investigate to find out if it's true. You guys encouraged a mental patient who's got post-traumatic stress disorder, who also has autism, to go to Congress and say these things, and you don't even know if the things he's saying are true. And of course, this is a real problem, Mr. Rogan, because in a separate interview, he said he knew that everything that Grush was saying was true. Which is it? Either you know it's true or you don't know it's true. It can't be both. This is why Rogan needs a skeptic. When he has one of these people on, he's got to have somebody that's more level-headed and knows the history of the statements that these people have made. Conflicting statements are a sign of a liar.
So the pushback comes from many levels. There's stigma. It's fucking huge, dude. Like it is political toxicity for some of these senators to even, people don't want to know. They don't want me to say I ever talk with them. It's like a
senators and congressmen don't want to admit that they talk to UFO wackadoos who've been caught selling provably fake stories and profited to the tune of millions of dollars from a convicted pimp fake scientist for years that never worked at Area 51.
Toxic environment politically, the UFO thing.
Because everybody thinks it's bullshit, or you're a loon if you believe it. But not everybody, but quite a few people.
Not just that, it doesn't help you get reelected, man.
Right.
And then when you start poking the bear and going into the oversight committees and the Senate Intelligence Committee and the, all these things, they're like, whoa, this is our territory. Why are you, as Congress, pushing on us? Why are you doing that? Like, this is our job. We have clearances. So
this is more nonsense. This man knows about as much about, how the government works as he knows about anything else. Corbell is not the brightest bulb. Let's just leave it at that.
There's that kind of pushback too.
You look back at the beginning of the cover-up, why did it happen? Why did it start? Well, if 1947, this gigantic wave of UFOs suddenly appear. You got Kenneth Arnold, you got Roswell, hundreds of sightings all over. We just come out of World War II, and our military is...
And along comes Knapp with stories. Anecdotes. George Knapp is the king of repeating anecdotes. The problem is that the anecdotes he is repeating, they're anecdotes.
Faced with a new threat that they really don't know what the hell it is. They start looking at it and trying to figure it out, but they can't. So they sort of painted themselves into a corner of secrecy. Nobody wants to admit if you're a president or chairman of the joint.
And this is directly from established, known, and understood and accepted UFO mythology. And I don't believe that he has any substantial or supportive evidence to support these claims he's making right here. But let's not let, things like facts and evidence get in the way of a good story.
Chiefs, there's something flying in our atmosphere, and we can't control it. We can't even catch it. We can't detect it on radar. There's not much we can do. They don't want to admit that. Secondly, I think what was told to me by a Senate intelligence guy.
Yeah, and here he's going to cite an anonymous source, so nobody can verify that what he's saying is accurate. This is another bluff.
Was a chief staffer who oversaw black budget operations. He had come out to Area 51 looking into the Lazar stuff years ago, early 90s, And he told me, look, if this is true, if this cover-up is going on, if they are diverting millions of dollars, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars from legitimate national security programs to keep this cover-up going, as he suspected there were, then somebody's going to go to prison.
Yeah, this has long been a talking point. Oh, these are completely illegal programs. These are the same talking points that Stephen Greer uses. Stephen Greer's never proven that that's true. George Knapp is using Stephen Greer's talking points. Really? Is that where we're at? This is pitiful. This is absolutely pitiful. And if there's hundreds of millions of dollars being diverted into alien technology programs, wouldn't somebody know about it? Wouldn't there be some spreadsheets or something, some kind of forensic evidence that we could see? Couldn't somebody do some forensic accounting and find the money and where it's being funneled to? I mean, I believe the government's incompetent, but are they really incompetent enough to just lose hundreds of millions of dollars? Then again, they've lost trillions of dollars, so maybe. But if you're going to make these fantastical claims of huge government cover-ups and hundreds of millions of dollars, and oh, by the way, my anonymous source that I won't name told me this is true, but I can't name him, so you can interview him and verify that he even said that. This is problematic at best.
It comes out, they'd go to prison. I think we heard Dave Grush speaking before this House committee in late July, in which he talked about special access programs, hundreds of millions of dollars being funneled into them. Nothing ever comes out. Congress has no oversight. Congress doesn't even know they exist.
And those are claims. The very same claims that George Knapp just made, the very same claims that Stephen Greer has made. And I believe others in the UFO realm have made similar claims, like Richard Dolan and others. However, nobody has ever provided proof of the claims that are being made about this. Dave Grush didn't provide any proof of those claims. George Knapp has not provided any proof of those claims. Stephen Greer has not provided proof of those claims. Richard Dolan, everybody making those claims is just saying things. And I'm sorry, but if you're going to say things with no evidence, then your story has about as much value as a Mother Goose story. Jack and the Beanstalk. It doesn't mean it's a true story. It's a fairy tale unless you have evidence to support that it's a true and accurate factual claim. And that's the problem. These people are big on claims and incredibly short on evidence.
That's the kind of thing you could send somebody to prison if and when it comes out. And then the final reason we can only speculate about it, maybe there really is a big secret. I wonder about it. If I was told, here's the real deal, here's what's going to happen if this comes out, society will collapse. It is so overwhelming, so disturbing that it would hit the fan.
And by the way, that is another huge claim, that society would collapse if they really knew the truth. And we have grifters in UFO land the world over who have said, oh, no, well, they can't tell us because humans are being abducted and tissue samples are being taken and people are being murdered over this. So they can't tell us the truth. Where is your evidence? Where is your proof of that? Oh, that's right. You don't have evidence or proof of that. These are just stories. And lately, I've been thinking that the tapestry of stories is what people cling to. Somehow, if we just weave together enough unproven, unverified, fantastical claims, we become convinced that this must be true. It all must be true. All these people can't be lying. How many times have we heard that? Well, maybe they're not all lying. Maybe they're just all getting the story wrong. And when we get 100 people getting the story wrong, it provides a tapestry of false information that people base their opinions on. It does not mean that you can't add up 100 unproven stories and say, see, all of these people, it's got to be true. Some of it, well, maybe some of it is, but we need evidence. We need verifiable facts backing up the claims being made. Claims without evidence have no value. They have no value to me. And that's a common problem. We see people making these huge claims all the time. They don't have proof of these huge claims. Just in that short 6-minute clip, George Knapp told 3 or 4 fantastical stories, none of which have any evidence to support them as being true or accurate. You see the problem here? And again, they weave this tapestry of accepted mythology. Mythology is not evidence. Stories without evidentiary support are without value, at least in my opinion. And you know, these people all want, oh, we want the disclosure. Well, you need evidence for that. You gotta, if this is true, you should have evidence sufficient to force the government to have to disclose the truth. But they don't. They're trying to, you know, they're trying to ram through the gates here, you know, with a thumbtack. It's not going to work. You know, you're not ramming through the castle walls or gates with a thumbtack. You need a battering ram. And you know what would be a battering ram? Smoking gun verifiable evidence and proof. And let's not forget that George Knapp has claimed he knows exactly where element 115 is. Why would he not bring that with him to Joe Rogan and throw it down on the table and go, there's the proof, bitches. Joe Rogan, you got money. Get some scientists. They'll be able to verify that this is element 115 as Bob Lazar described, and it came from an alien star system. And then they'll have to tell the truth because we have the scientific evidence and proof of alien visitation on Earth. And George Knapp can bring it to us, but he refuses to. Very convenient. Very, very convenient. He knows where the smoking gun evidence and proof of alien visitation on Earth is, but he won't show it to anybody. Sure. And we just want to renew our statement that this is a transformative work. This is we're using this clip in the spirit of fair use. We're educating the public and critiquing the video that we're sharing. This is covered under fair use and allowable by law, despite Mr. Rogan's insistence. And again, I don't blame him. So many people steal from his show. Maybe he went a little too far and doesn't allow fair use, but he has to allow fair use by law. That's the law, and we are within both the law and good journalistic ethics here by citing fair use and using these clips and commentating over them. It's a transformative work. You too in the live chat can help me make it a transformative work. Put comments while we play this clip in all capital letters. I'll share them on the screen, and by doing so, you help me make it a transformative work and make our case for fair use.
If you look at that setting, you're going to see right behind him was a guy named Chuck.
And this, by the way, is the clip of them talking about David Grush and his lawyer. One thing that Corbell doesn't tell Joe Rogan is that Jeremy Corbell's lawyer was one of the architects of the Patriot Act. I'm going to say that one more time so we make it very clear. These people are claiming they're all about, you know, freedom and government transparency and disclosure and the truth. And they're all directly working with a lawyer of the former Intelligence Community Inspector General, who is Dave Grush's attorney, who was one of the architects of the Patriot Act. You know, that probably illegal, unconstitutional legislation that took away many freedoms that we used to enjoy in this country. How the hell are they going to say that they're there for transparency and truth when they're working directly with one of the principal
this is the biggest conspiracy photo of all time. Can you imagine people seeing this and being like, what are those idiots doing up there with him?
I know that's what I thought. What are these two idiots doing in Congress? And do the Congress people know that they let, by the way, they got reserved seating. A lot of people couldn't get into the hearing, but we let two UFO profiteering whores who have been caught selling provably fake, 100% fake stories about aliens and UFOs multiple times. We let them into the hearing, even got them reserved seating so that they could sit right behind their principal cash cow witness, Dave Grush, the mental patient with no evidence so far for 91 days.
But so behind
Look at that
David,
dude with the beard and the glasses in the back. He looks so happy.
yeah, dude,
Yes,
so,
UFOs.
People think that guy with the bald head is James Clapper, by the way. I got a bunch of
yeah, it wasn't.
Yeah, a lot of people incorrectly reported that person was James Clapper. It was not. It was somebody from a UFO organization.
bunch of comments that Clapper was looking up my notes during that.
So I
Who
got
is that guy?
I don't know.
He's just part of a Ryan's organization but here's the deal, man. This photo is kind of hilarious because George had ontological shock when we were in that room. It's like he's sitting there.
Ontological shock. The real ontological shock comes when you realize that these people have no evidence, just stories. That's the real shock. Just stories, no evidence.
I mean, he's sitting there and seeing, after all this time, this shit's being said out loud. So what happened was the seats were kind of like designated for us because George and I were supposed to testify, by the way. But then common wisdom says, why have these journalist guys when you can hear directly from the firsthand people? And when we agreed.
Yeah.
But what we did was we put on congressional record statements. And
and why is my government accepting written statements to a congressional hearing from UFO profiteers who've been caught selling fake stories so many times? I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't know why that's acceptable. I don't know why members of my government would even, allow them to be involved in a congressional hearing at all. Would we let anybody else that has been caught selling fake stories over and over and over again? Would we let those people submit written statements? Why were they allowed? Oh, because they're buddies and friends with Tim Burchett. That's why they were allowed.
People should read them if they haven't. They're on congressional record. I did an assessment of kind of the estimate of the situation on UFOs, but he named names and programs. But what you're seeing there is, and I kind of had to fight for this.
He did not name names and program names publicly. These people who have been caught selling fake stories multiple times claim that he did so to Congress in testimony or to the ICIG. There's no evidence to support that is true. And I'm sorry, if these guys have been caught selling fake stories so many times, you have to question everything they say and the accuracy of it.
Is getting his lawyer behind him should be like an obvious fucking thing when a guy's going up to testify under oath in front of Congress. If you believe him, he's speaking under whistleblower protection. Dude, it was hard to get his lawyer behind him. I had literally had to put the lawyer behind him. So we got the lawyer behind him so he could lean in and be like, careful, Dave, careful, which he did like a bunch of times.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's George looking all scrunched.
That's a completely and totally inaccurate statement. Everybody testifying before Congress is entitled to legal representation. So Jeremy Corbell just lied right there when he said he had to fight to get his lawyer. No, you didn't. Anybody testifying under oath has a right to legal representation. They also get reserved seats in the hearing so that they can have their lawyer right behind them. And in fact, it was likely Dave Grush that provided the reserved seating for Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, as well as his lawyer.
And everybody's like, why Jeremy over there with no one next to him? I think people are a little afraid of me because, a little bit of a maniac sometimes. Whatever. We're there. Dave starts talking. They ask him questions. These weren't pre-scripted or anything. We're talking about what could be asked for sure, but they weren't pre-scripted. What Dave Grush said, and correct me or add to if I get this wrong, Dave Grush said, I did an investigation. It was my job. I was hired by, and this is a guy from the National Reconnaissance Office, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Like this guy he's been in the intelligence community a long time.
Yeah. Again, do you notice that they always keep talking about his, intelligence pedigree and his classification and his prestigious intelligence employment? Do you know why they keep doing that? Because the man has no evidence. So they want to impress upon you how this guy is such a high-ranking intelligence person, because they can't talk about any of his evidence because apparently he doesn't have any.
And he sits there under oath and he says, I did an investigation. I interviewed, it was my job to look at over 2,000 special access programs, like Black programs.
And by the way, there's a real problem with the numbers there, because this man did not work in that capacity long enough to do that job. Do you have any idea the paperwork involved in just one special access program? Maybe he could give 2,000 programs a cursory examination, but he couldn't fully investigate 2,000 programs in the time frame that these people claim he did. Go talk to somebody in the intelligence community or somebody that's actually worked for these programs. It's literally an impossibility. But let's not let facts, logic, and evidence get in the way of a good alien story we could sell.
And it was my job to find out if any of them had to do with UAP and if there's any money being hidden, like misappropriated, theft. And he's like, after interviewing 40 witnesses, I found a ton of shit that supports this. And in fact, he said, I found people who worked on the craft firsthand. And
again, these are all just claims. We have no evidence to support any of these claims that Grush has made. It's been 91 days. He has not provided a single shred of verifiable evidence that support that his claims are true.
To come in, or they willingly came in, he called them hostile and non-hostile witnesses. And he's like, so I did that whole thing. The second I did that, which was my job, I was given the job, reprisals started happening to me.
Yes. And they forgot to mention that the person that gave him that job is deeply involved in paranormal profiteering and Skinwalker Ranch. They forget to tell you that a UFO wackadoo sent Dave Grush on this mission, right? Go find the aliens. Why didn't they tell Joe Rogan who sent him to do that job, who his direct supervisor was? Could it be because that calls into question the entire narrative? Of course it does. And Joe Rogan, much as I love Joe Rogan, he's sitting there like a dummy, just lapping this up, not realizing the truth. And the real truth is that one of the Skinwalker profiteers, just like George Knapp, is the person that sent Grush on this so-called job to investigate these things.
So he smartly did a whistleblower complaint through the Presidential Protection Act 19 or something. He got the head of the ICIG, the former head of the ICIG, who's a lawyer, and he says, fuck, dude, here's what I know. Here's what people don't know, is the ICIG. So
this is where somebody needed to be in that room that knows the story intimately, because Jeremy Corbell is about to lie through his teeth right to Joe Rogan and his entire, millions of audience members. He's about to lie through his teeth. Lie through his teeth.
The intelligence community did their own investigation into David Grush's witnesses and what he found. They interviewed like 40 plus under oath and immediately said, David Grush's claim is both credible and urgent.
And here we have the credible and urgent lie yet again. All of the people profiting from and promoting Dave Grush's stories have all told this urgent and credible lie. They are implying or saying kind of sideways that the Inspector General of the intelligence community investigated Dave Grush's alien and UFO and alien bodies and alien spaceship claims and found his claims urgent and credible. Show me a quote from the intelligence community Inspector General calling Dave Grush's alien claims urgent and credible. You can't and you won't, because that does not exist. He called his whistleblower complaint urgent and credible. His claims of retaliation or whatever, urgent and credible. Just as every complaint made to the intelligence community Inspector General is considered urgent and credible, and they investigate all claims made. The intelligence community Inspector General never, ever, never said that Dave Grush's claims about aliens or back engineering or intact spaceships in possession of the United States government were urgent and credible. But Ross Coulthart, Leslie Keane, George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, they're all saying that the intelligence community inspector general found his claims to be urgent and credible. That never happened. That is a work of fiction. That is a falsehood perpetrated by UFO profiteering, huckstering whores who are all filling their pockets with UFO dollars. They're lying straight to everyone's faces. Show me the quote. Show me the inspector general of the intelligence community saying that Dave Grush's claims about aliens and alien spaceships and all of that are urgent and credible. You can't, and you won't, because that never happened. They are conflating two different things, massaging the available data in order to sell this story. It's fake. It's fake. And by the way, we've reached out to the Inspector General of the intelligence community asking for clarification. So far, crickets, but we're going to keep at it. And I'm going to keep emailing. I'm going to keep calling until the Inspector General of the intelligence community. And by the way, I collect all the clips of these guys lying about this. I have many of them that I have sent to the government. I want the government to smack these clowns down and tell people the truth about this urgent and credible lie. There is an urgent and credible lie going on in order to make this story work, in order to sell this story. The intelligence community inspector general never, ever co-signed Grush's claims of aliens or back engineering or alien bodies or any of that, calling those claims urgent and credible. They are conflating. They got a quote about the reprisal complaint, Whistleblower Protection Act complaint he made. And the Inspector General of the intelligence community considers every whistleblower complaint to be urgent and credible. He's not commenting specifically on the alien claims that Grush has made being urgent and credible. That's a huge lie, and I'm going to prove it, Corbell. I'm going to prove it. I don't care if I have to go to Washington, D.C. myself. I don't care if I have to walk to Washington, D.C. and knock on the door of that guy and demand an on-the-record comment. I'm going to prove that all of you are lying when you say the Inspector General of the intelligence community found his alien claims to be urgent and credible. No, he didn't. That never happened. That is a lie. The urgent and credible lie is being used to bolster a story that has no evidence so far, 91 days in. You know how many people have come to me? Well, Stephen, you must be wrong because the intelligence community inspector general found Grush's claims of alien bodies to be urgent and credible. Show me a goddamn quote. Nobody can. Show me a quote of our government's intelligence community inspector general saying that Grush's alien body claims are urgent and credible, that his claims of intact spaceship in possession of the United States government, spaceships of non-human origin, are urgent and credible. You can't and you won't because that never happened, and they're conflating two separate things. Very conveniently conflating, right? Because doesn't that bolster the story? Doesn't that help sell that Grush may be telling the truth? What if people knew that the Inspector General of the intelligence community never called his alien claims urgent and credible, never called his alien body claims urgent and credible, never called his claims of non-human intelligence spacecraft in possession of the United States government urgent and credible? Would that help sell the story? Of course not. That's why they are twisting the data. They are massaging everything they can to construct the illusion, the deception of a true story or a man telling the truth. This is the hugest lie in this whole thing. The intelligence community inspector general never co-signed Grush's alien claims or called them urgent and credible, or his spaceship claims, non-human bodies, all that. That never happened. This is a complete and total lie. And for Jeremy Corbell to go on the biggest podcast in the world and lie through his teeth, it tells you everything you need to know about that man's motives, his lack of integrity, his lack of facts or evidence. And let's be clear, this is not a simple mistake because they're all doing it. Everybody profiting and promoting this story is just by accident attributing quotes that don't exist to the intelligence community inspector general. No, this is purposeful. This is deceitful. And this is why you can't trust anything these people say or do, because it's all based on lies.
So it's not like just one guy telling you. Our intelligence community did a deep dive investigation into what David Grush told them under oath in the right secure settings. And they're like credible, urgent.
Never happened. Show me a quote. Show me a quote, Corbell. You just bluffed badly, and I'm going to prove it. I don't, like I said, I don't care if I have to walk to Washington, D.C. We're going to get on the record comments from either the intelligence community inspector general or some of his underlings. We're going to send every clip of all of you UFO profiteering clowns saying that he co-signed Grush's alien and UFO stories. We're going to get them all together. We're going to send them, and we're going to demand answers. We're going to demand that that member of the government set the record straight, that you've all been lying for 91 days about that now.
So David Grush can tell you the basic things that happened, but you know how he kept saying in the appropriate environment, if you've got clearance, we can do that. I'm willing to give you a list of hostile.
Yeah, the big excuse for why he can't show any of the evidence he claims he's in possession of, right? And remember, when the Grush story started, we were all told he was going to name names and program names and tell us the locations. He didn't tell us shit. Oh, but he told other people, they're investigating it. Sure, they are. Sure. That's why congressional staffers walked away from his testimony saying he was an unreliable witness, right? Because he had such great smoking gun proof and evidence of his claims. He's got nothing. These people perpetrated the hugest bluff, the hugest hoax, alien and UFO hoax since, I think, the alien autopsy.
And non-hostile people that worked on the craft, biologicals, he even said. He's like, I'll give that to you today. We just got to get a skiff, and we got to make sure that you have access.
Here come
to
the
a
excuses.
Clearance. And he was
for
denied
why he can't give the evidence that he claims he's in possession of
that day.
Very convenient, right?
He's a credible guy. He's the real deal. I mean, he had a career in the Air Force.
Here we go. Let's talk about his history and his credentials again, because we can't talk about the evidence that he presented because he didn't present any evidence. He only presented stories with no evidence. So let's keep pushing his impressive credentials to help sell this fake story.
Served in Afghanistan, a distinguished career. Then he goes into the intelligence community, working.
Let's talk about his credentials. That's all we can do is talk about his credentials because he has no evidence. He was assigned
by his boss to be the liaison to the UAP task force. That's what Congress had set it up to investigate the whole UFO matter before the current program existed. And the guy who was in charge of the task force, Jay Stratton, gave him a job. Go find the special access programs that are hiding UFO stuff, either siphoning millions.
And they keep forgetting to tell Joe Rogan that Jay Stratton is one of the UFO profiteers that's profiting off of Skinwalker, right? And is also a guy who claims that poltergeists and werewolves followed him home from Skinwalker Ranch. That's the guy who gave Grush this mission. Not very credible, is he? But they forget to tell Joe Rogan that Jay Stratton, who sent Dave Grush on this mission to find the aliens, also believes that poltergeists and werewolves followed him home and haunted his family from Skinwalker Ranch, right? It's the lie by omission. Let's not tell Joe that a wackadoo sent this other wackadoo mental patient on this mission, right? And by the way, what evidence does Jay Stratton have that werewolves and poltergeists followed him home from Skinwalker? Oh, that's right, zero. Just like Dave Grush has zero evidence.
Billions of dollars, or they've got technology, crash retrievals, reverse engineering, all the stuff that we've always heard rumored, and he did. He found it.
Allegedly.
The juiciest stuff that he found.
He claims he found it, but he can't show us any evidence of it. You see the problem here?
He can't say in an unclassified setting. It has to be done because
excuses.
They will get him. They will bust his ass if they can. They've already tried.
Like 4 times, and that's something offline we'll talk about. There have been.
Why does Corbell need to talk about that offline? He can't put it on the record? That's suspicious, right? And by the way, just to be clear, these guys love to talk shop when the cameras and the microphones are off. Oh, we'll give you more info on that off air. Yeah, convenient.
In attempts to get him silenced and muzzled, by the way, to not do podcasts or shows and stuff, right? To get him muzzled.
Here's the muzzle argument. Who muzzled him? Who specifically muzzled him? Can we get some specifics or details? Who's trying to violate his constitutional rights to free speech? That would be a civil rights violation. He'd have a huge lawsuit against the government if they did that. But let's not let facts and evidence get in the way of a good fake story you could sell. Who's muzzling him? He won't say. Again, with the muzzling talking points. The man was cleared by the DOD to talk about all of this stuff, but yet he refuses to because it's classified. But the DOD said none of this is classified. You see the problem? The whole story is falling apart. But now Joe Rogan just helped prop it up for another couple months, probably.
Muzzled by people that are trying to say he's talking outside of his DOPSR, which is like what he's allowed to talk about. So they're looking for one word that he says that's outside of that. Like I get asked by people in the government, has he ever told you the number of crashes? Has he ever told you locations? Like I'm going to fucking answer you. First of all. Second of all, no, he hasn't, because that would be illegal.
Oh, and here we go. Jeremy Corbell is a legal expert when it comes to classified information now. If he was, he wouldn't have released a Mosul orb or any of that other stuff that he allegedly should not even have been in possession of.
Were to be true.
So he is authorized to talk about a very limited number of things. Is that correct?
And they're not vouching for their authenticity. DOPSR process, which is, I don't know what it stands for, but it's like pre-pub process. He very smartly, because his lawyer is really smart, former ICIG. He's like, write it in what you want to talk about and see what they come back about what you can't talk about. So they're not saying what he's saying is true. They're just saying you can talk within these parameters. I would like to see if what he's saying is true. So we just need that option.
So
Jeremy Corbell again says, I would like to see if what he's saying is true. You don't know. Jeremy Corbell doesn't know if what he's saying is true. He would like to see if what he's saying is true. This perfectly supports my argument that this has been one big bluff. Even the profiteering whores that are making all this money don't know if he's telling the truth. And Corbell just admitted that on the biggest podcast in the world. Wonderful. Wonderful. He doesn't know if it's true, and he'd like to know. Right? So let's just let this guy bluff and see how the bluff pans out. Right?
who gives him the authority to talk about these things?
No one gives him the authority. He's taking that all on himself. He's a true whistleblower.
No, he's not a true whistleblower. He's not a whistleblower at all by either the legal or technical definition. Let's talk about this for a moment. By the legal and the technical and the dictionary definition of whistleblower, Dave Grush doesn't qualify as any of those three, because real whistleblowers have evidence, and real whistleblowers violate security oaths and NDAs and whatever else, and they just spill the beans. Grush has done none of that. He has not violated any security oaths or NDAs. He refuses he refuses to give any specifics in an open congressional hearing, which, by the way, he's under oath and he's got whistleblower protection. There should be no reason why he can't give specifics, unless it's all a con, unless it's all one big bluff and his evidence is just as piss poor as what he's already put forth, like an Italian UFO hoax case with fake documents. It's a big bluff, friends. It's a big, carefully constructed bluff.
Whether you believe his claims or not, what he's doing is legal, but it is, I mean, it's a career killer, right?
Yeah. This man quit his job to go on this disclosure mission. And who put him up to this? Oh, I don't know. People like Lou Elizondo, people like Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Ross Coulthart, everybody who put this man up to quitting his job and becoming Mr. Disclosure Hero is all these people. They saw money. They saw dollar signs with this guy. And so far it's worked. It's a grand deception. And if you don't stand up and say, we demand evidence, then you are an enabler. in this grand deception. Then you are part of the problem in this grand deception. And by the way, I haven't talked about this, but I'm well aware of all the UFO circle jerk shows that don't demand the evidence, that don't bring you the logic and the proper discernment and analysis of things being said. They just accept the lie and they contribute to the grand deception. They spread the false information, disinformation, the urgent and credible lie. You know how many UFO circle jerk shows have spread that lie? That's why the lie works. If enough people repeat the lie enough, everybody believes that it's the truth. It's not. Facts matter. They have none. They have excuses for why they have no evidence, but they don't have facts or evidence to back any of these claims. 91 days in, no evidence of the original claims Grush made yet.
Dopser says they go through it and they make sure that things that are like highly sensitive are classified, right? Like you can't say this word or this program or this name. So they kind of do it as a pre-publication thing. That's the process.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I wrote a book with Colin Kelleher and Jim Katsky about the DIA's UFO program. It took Dopser 14 months to approve our manuscript. So they take their time.
They take their time. But also when you get pushback where people are trying to entrap him or get people to say that he said something out of school, the Dopser people are like, no, he's fine. Like he's talked within those parameters. He just has to be careful to not accidentally say something that is outside of those parameters.
Very convenient. So he can say the government's in possession of alien crash retrievals, but he can't give any specifics.
And right now is a very sensitive time for that, you know, immediately.
It's interesting. We met him in Huntsville, Alabama at a conference, the SCU conference. It's a UFO event. We went down there to interview somebody else to get him on camera. And we had been told there's a guy might introduce himself. And Jeremy was shooting video of me sitting at a bar at the moment that this guy walked up and introduced himself. So he had that moment on camera. And then we got to know him a little bit. A couple months later, he comes out to Las Vegas. There was a
very nice. Have a recovering alcoholic hang out with you in a bar. Awesome.
Star Trek convention. We were going to speak at it. And he comes out because he likes Star Trek, like everybody likes Star Trek, comes out and...
Oh, okay. So what we have is a mental patient with post-traumatic stress disorder who's also autistic and is a big fan of Star Trek. And he's sitting in front of Congress talking about alien bodies and crash retrieval programs and non-human intelligence spacecraft in the possession of the United States government, but he has no evidence that he could share. More suspicious by the day, friends.
Spends 2 days with us. The next day, he flies back Sunday night. Monday morning, he reports to work. Armed security guards escort him out. He was suspended. His clearance was suspended. We were worried, oh, Christ, was he seen in our company? And that's what happened?
Yeah, that's exactly what happened, because Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp apparently were in possession of some leaks, and they were getting an awful lot of information for a while and releasing it. And apparently Dave Grush, they knew somehow that he was meeting with them. Maybe they suspected Mr. Grush of being the source of those leaks. Maybe they suspected that Dave Grush was the person that leaked those things to Mr. Corbell and Mr. Knapp. And here's an interesting tidbit brought to us by John Greenwald Jr. of theblackvault.com. Remember the end of 20 through mid-21, there was UAP leak after leak, images, videos, and all sorts of anonymous sources. Pentagon would even comment and seemingly didn't care. Then it stopped. Nothing of the same caliber since. What happened? Who lost their access? Interesting. They were already approved and underway months before the Batman balloon pic appeared, because somebody said the classification guidelines went in effect. Yeah, that's not what happened. And here, who is Axelrod? Go Kicks Rocks 88, which is a good follow on Twitter. You should follow her. I do. Corbell always mentions how the DOD didn't even have some of the footage they provided. Well, who collected the data from the ships? According to Jay Stratton, who was Dave Grush's boss, He sent a guy in 2019 to immediately recover the data and bring it back to him in Washington. And here's Jay Stratton. So I built a formal reporting process, and some of this has been in the media. But the other thing is, I had this working task force, so data preservation and speed was very important. So everyone knows when the 2019 incidents happened, my task force was fully functional pretty much at this point. And I got a classified email from the Carrier Strike Group commander saying, Jay, we've got some UAP. And I said, got it. I had a guy on board his carrier within a day in order to start educating, start collecting data, start getting the folks talking, going to each ship via helicopter and bringing everything back to DC. Immediately, I don't have to wait for anything. That's functional, you know, that's the ability to get out there. And the key is we wanted the data. We wanted to do the analysis, sure. But to those naval aviators on board the carrier, that is, you know, go back to 2004 Tic Tac incident, it's night and day from what these folks had to deal with. And so Go Kicks Rocks is speculating that somebody didn't get the data in the United States government, but somebody else did. And that somebody was Jay Stratton, who was Dave Grush's boss at the time, who said he sent a guy in 2019 to immediately recover the data and bring that back with him to Washington. Could that guy have been Dave Grush? I think so. And could some of that data have been leaked? After all, we know that Jay Stratton and Dave Grush both have relationships with George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. Then we know, as they're detailing here, Dave Grush was investigated shortly after meeting with them at public UFO and Star Trek events and lost his clearance and was investigated. That is very, very interesting. So Jay Stratton's boss sent a guy in 2019 to immediately recover the data and bring it back to him in Washington. Then some of the data from those Navy ships ends up with Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, who all profit from it. Then they start hanging out with Dave Grush at Star Trek conventions and UFO conventions, and then Dave Grush is investigated. Are things becoming clearer now? We'll put this in the form of a question. George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, did Dave Grush release any information to you that you used in your for-profit stories about UFOs and aliens that was taxpayer funded? Did Jay Stratton provide any data or materials that you used in your for-profit UFO or alien stories? Did you go through a DOD clearance to release that information and make it public? Oh, no, they didn't. You see the problem here? These guys may indeed have legal problems if some of the people that are speculating about this are correct. And by the way, I'm not saying they are. I'm simply asking questions here. And my two questions are, did Jay Stratton or Dave Grush provide you with any of the materials that you released in your for-profit alien and UFO stories from 2018 forward? These guys are acting like they're so shocked and surprised that somebody from the government with high clearances meeting with them was investigated. I think that anybody from the government with high clearances meeting with them should be investigated. After all, they're releasing all of this government tax-funded material that they may or may not be legally able to be even in possession of. And there is currently investigations underway, I'm told, into all of this.
But that was the beginning of his first real big trial by fire. They accused him of a bunch of stuff and said that they were going to fire him and permanently suspend his clearance.
And was he already
And shortly after that, he quit his job.
discussing UFOs at that time?
Not with us, but
Well,
he had already been investigating it on behalf of the UAP task force, and he had shared information through the whistleblower process with the inspector general.
Yeah, let me just break it down real simple. So here he is. He gets
Let me
this
break
job.
it
He's
down.
looking at all these special access programs. He's a fucking brilliant guy. He's a physicist, by the way. You know, like he's a brilliant guy in general. So he discovers all this shit. He starts getting reprisals, and then
what if the reprisals are him being investigated for sharing information and even government materials with George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell? What if the reprisals are related directly to his allegedly, or perhaps, as people are speculating, leaking some of the information that George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell used in their for-profit alien and UFO stories? And by the way, let's just be very clear. Jeremy Corbell released videos that were taken inside a Navy command center of a Navy ship. Jeremy Corbell released still images that were taken from a video that was used in a classified briefing. These are not things, in my opinion, that he is legally entitled to even be in possession of. Could that information be classified? Because that is a matter of national security. And by the way, these clowns did a show recently. We're talking, oh, we're not trying to endanger national security. Do you think the United States government wants the Chinese to see inside of a Navy warship command center? Do you think that the United States government wants the Chinese or the Russians to see images that are being used in classified briefings about unknown or unidentified aerial objects that are under investigation? They are endangering national security by these leaks, in my opinion. And it would certainly be appropriate for the government to investigate them for those leaks, find out who leaked it to them, and prosecute them. You know, in our previous clip, Knapp said somebody might go to jail. He's right about that, but not because of a vast conspiracy UFO and alien cover-up. Somebody might go to jail for leaking classified information or government-owned materials in the form of videos or still images from classified briefings to these clowns so that they could make money selling fake alien and UFO stories.
Moment George is talking about, I kind of had heard about him. All of a sudden, he comes up to him at this bar where we were at. That's the first time that he talked to anybody outside of government. Now, he didn't share anything he shouldn't, but he didn't.
Let's back that up. He didn't share anything that he shouldn't. Corbell has never said that Dave Grush never shared any material with us. He's saying he didn't share anything he shouldn't. That's an opinion. Did he get that cleared from the Department of Defense, that everything that Grush told him and everything that Grush may have given him, he was allowed to give him or talk to him about? I don't think he did. And notice that Corbell will not deny that Grush never gave him any material. He's made several statements like this. He didn't share with us anything he shouldn't. Well, how do you know? And why can't he say he didn't share anything with us as far as materials go? People like me have been asking for quite some time. Did Dave Grush give Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp some of the materials that they used to sell alien and UFO stories? They won't answer that question. And they will not deny that Grush has been the source of some of those stories. And they will not deny that Grush gave them material. He says he didn't share with us anything he shouldn't.
That's the first time that he talked to anybody outside of government. Now, he didn't share anything he shouldn't, but he's kind of coming to George and then to me to say, I'm doing this whistleblower thing. I am concerned for my safety and just in general for my career. He wanted a journalist or journalists to know, not to report on it.
Oh, sure. He wanted a journalist to know. So he goes to two UFO profiteering hucksters who've been caught selling fake alien and UFO stories multiple times, because that would make him much more safe.
So imagine that. We don't even break the story that we had before anybody, right? So what I did, because I'm his harpoon, I did a deep dive into this guy.
Yeah, and Jeremy's such a great investigator, right? The guy probably gave him everything.
For months and months and months. He actually came to my home met my
Very cozy. So Dave Grush is hanging out with Jeremy Corbell at his house. I'm going to say that again. Dave Grush is hanging out with Jeremy Corbell at his house. And yet Jeremy Corbell doesn't know if he's telling the truth. He'd like to know if he's telling the truth, but he's hanging out at your house. Very cozy relationship between these UFO profiteers and this alleged so-called whistleblower, who, by the way, I'll say it again, does not meet either the dictionary definition of, or the legal definition of a whistleblower. That is ridiculous that they keep calling him a whistleblower. He's not a whistleblower. He has no evidence. He's a storyteller.
my family, and I got to know him, and we vetted and vetted. Okay, this guy is who he says he is. He's 100% who he says he is. So we kind of got that layer of trust. This is not some sham or something like that. But then what happens is what George is talking about, the second trip. So I'm already talking at this Star Trek thing.
Yeah, he's talking at the Star Trek convention because he grew up with Gene Roddenberry's son.
Because my friend growing up from my jiu-jitsu class was Rod Roddenberry. So he's like the son of Gene Roddenberry. So he's just like, dude, Jeremy, come talk to a bunch of Trekkies about real UFOs. And I'm like, cool, I'll do it. It's in George's hometown. So that was a great opportunity for Dave to come and meet with us again and just talk to us, right? Yeah. And then that Monday, when he gets back, he's walked out of the Geospatial Intelligence Agency, or NRO, depending on which one you want to identify him with. He's out, man. And they did some bullshit on him, like time card,
I'd like to get the full story of what Mr. Grush was investigated about. You can't trust these guys to give us accurate information. I think what we're getting is a portion of the story. But just like the lie by omission that they used so frequently with the Bob Lazar story, I think that they're leaving out important details about what Grush was actually investigated about. They're trying to downplay it and make the government the bad guy. If you've got two UFO profiteers who keep releasing questionable government material that may or may not be classified or have come from classified sources and leaked to them, and then you've got a high-ranking intelligence officer hanging out with them, including hanging out with Jeremy Corbell at his house, investigating him was entirely appropriate to find out if he was the source of the leaks that Corbell and Knapp were using to sell stories.
Out of 12,000 billable hours, maybe there's like 30 hours somewhere where you didn't do it right. They were doing anything they could to fuck with this guy. So that was our first heads up. Oh, dude, how this guy gets treated is going to dictate everybody else that has come to us in private.
Yeah, and that's another thing. They keep pushing this lie that the government's retaliating because he's looking into this. I mean, there was his job to look into it. They're not going to retaliate for him doing his job, but maybe they'll retaliate if he's hanging out with UFO profiteering whores who keep getting government leaks somehow, keep profiting from government-funded videos somehow.
Saying, I think this is illegal, what I'm doing.
Right.
Among the complaints they issued to try to take away his security clearance was that he had mental health issues.
Yeah.
So,
well, he did have mental health issues, and anybody with a security clearance that has mental health issues gets investigated, and they get their clearances reviewed to see if they should lose them. Again, this is entirely appropriate government behavior, but you got to make the men in black and the government the big bad guy running the cover-up, and Grush the big hero trying to end the cover-up in order to sell this story and make it work.
he was suspended for a couple of months. They did a background investigation of his allegations, the allegations that have been made against him, and they cleared him.
I agree, Andy Collins.
Reinstated his security clearance. He stayed on the job for a couple more months and then retired because he sees the handwriting on the wall, and he left. And that's when he started.
And meanwhile, he says he's not a disgruntled employee. He was getting messed with. He saw the handwriting on the wall, and he retired. But he's not disgruntled. If you got forced out of a very lucrative job that you enjoyed with the government and had all these high clearances, and you suddenly get pushed out for hanging out with UFO scammers, you'd be disgruntled, I would think. So for Dave Grush is not being honest when he claims he's not a disgruntled employee.
Plotting the next chapter. And now we're seeing the backlash process firing up once again after he testifies in front of Congress in that hearing.
Oh, and here comes the big bad Oh, they're retaliating by telling the truth about his mental problems, and they leak stuff to a journalist. These guys knew about his mental problems, and they left it out of the original story because they knew that it wouldn't help sell the story.
And offers to tell them more in a classified setting and spill all the beans. They got to find a media guy to go after him. This article in The Intercept.
The Intercept did a smash piece.
Oh, a smash piece, right? Meanwhile, George Knapp has done hit pieces on his UFO competitors, including Bill Moore back in the day.
By the way, we already knew all about Dave Grush's PTSD.
Yeah, and here Jeremy Corbell admits that he knew about all his mental problems, but they didn't tell anybody when they were selling this story about him being a mental case or having autism or having post-traumatic stress disorder, because that won't help sell the fake story.
Mm-hmm. And at the time, his best friend, one of his dear friends, just got off the phone with him, blew his own brains out, right? So he was like drinking. He was in a bad place. First day one.
And by the way, one of your friends killing themselves is not a causal factor for post-traumatic stress disorder. So which is it? Did he get post-traumatic stress disorder from his friend blowing his brains out, or from battle fatigue or battle stress? And by the way, I'm going to bring up this point again. Air Force intelligence analysts are not on the front lines of battle. Find me Air Force intelligence analysts who have post-traumatic stress disorder besides Dave Grush. I'll wait. They're not in battle. How are you getting post-traumatic stress disorder, which comes from, being on the front lines and seeing people's heads blown off and brains shot out and, IEDs and explosions and minefields and people losing limbs? That's what post-traumatic stress disorder usually comes from. But we're supposed to believe that he got post-traumatic stress disorder because one of his friends committed suicide. There's multiple stories for how he got post-traumatic stress disorder, depending on who's telling the story. Ross Coulthard tells a different version of the story, right? Oh, he was in Afghanistan and he got post-traumatic stress disorder from that. Okay, well, did he get the post-traumatic stress disorder from being in battles in Afghanistan? And if so, how was an Air Force intelligence person in battles in Afghanistan? It doesn't happen. Intelligence officers are always, or usually always, behind enemy lines, behind the battlefield lines. They're not on the front lines of battle, seeing the kind of things that give somebody post-traumatic stress. Why don't the stories add up? Why don't they make sense?
I talked to him. I said, what dirt are they going to pull up on you? If what you're telling me is true, they're going to get some dirt. And he goes, look, man, I had PTSD. I dealt with it. I survived it. Nothing horrible happened. But, he told us day one, man, that Intercept thing was some bullshit. They come in and they try to discredit what he said because of his PTSD shit. And the thing is, that happened to Lazar. Like, if you believe or don't believe, don't care. That did happen to Lazar too, where people try to discredit his character to try to minimize what he's telling you. Mm. So we saw that with Dave, and that was only the visible stuff.
Yeah, and here's a guy that has no evidence, and they're trying to say that his mental problems are not relevant to the claims he's making. If a mental patient starts talking about aliens and spaceships, it's relevant that he's a mental patient. And they're all trying to downplay this because it's ruining the cash cow story they try to create, this huge grand deception, this huge bluff.
I'm telling you, things behind the scenes that have been done to Dave and his family, it's disgusting. Like,
what things? Why can't we get specifics? People are claiming that this man's home was broken into. I went looking. I haven't been able to find a police report of a burglary at any of his residences that he's had for the past, 10 years. Went to all the local police stations, called them all, the public information offices, the public information person. Tried. I'll keep trying to verify that this man's home was broken into. I think it was Ross Coulthard who made that claim. I've been unable to verify it. Why can't Ross Coulthard show us the paperwork? You mean to tell me somebody breaks in your house and you don't even file a police report? You would have to, even just for insurance purposes. But there's, to my knowledge, there's no police report of his home being broken into. But there's all these claims being made about all these people retaliating against Dave Grush. This is a David Wilcock prover maneuver. You make your so-called whistleblower, David Wilcock has had many fake whistleblowers, just like David Grush is a fake whistleblower. You make that whistleblower the subject of intense retaliation from the men in black and the government in order to make people believe that his information must be true, or they wouldn't be trying to stop him. This is David Wilcock fake story 101. And they're all using the same tactics.
Not even just like pull your clearance kind of shit. Like there are people that don't want him. He's an embarrassment, to the Department of Defense.
He is an embarrassment because he's a former high-ranking intelligence officer who was a mental patient with mental problems talking about aliens that the government has. But yet everybody in a position to know says they've seen nothing, including high-ranking generals that are chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff knows nothing about alien bodies, alien crash retrievals, or any of this stuff, right? The head of Aero, we've seen no evidence of extraterrestrial spacecraft or whatever. But Dave Grush is a mental patient. He's saying it's all real, but he can't show us any evidence. Convenient.
If what he's saying, he's coming out of school and he's saying, I saw some BS. Like they don't want that.
So we are in a pushback phase. They not only
No, we're in the big letdown phase now. We're at 91 days in and there's no evidence of Grush's original claims. After 91 days and all these promises for all this evidence that he had, we've seen none of it, except for a hoaxed fake UFO case from Mussolini's Italy that's based on fake documents. Great. We're not in a pushback phase, as George Knapp describes here. We're in the big letdown phase. They overpromised, they overhyped, and over-sensationalized this entire story, claiming there was all kinds of evidence. We're 91 days in, there's no evidence so far. So we're not in a pushback phase. We're past step one is over-sensationalize, overhype, and step two is under-deliver. We've passed the under-deliver phase. We're at 91 days in. We're getting into the big letdown, where they're going to have to admit, oh, he has no evidence. Oh, remember all that evidence we told you he has? Yeah, there's no evidence.
the intelligence community and military folks tipped off a reporter and said, go look for this. And they
No, he said a tapestry of sources did that. It wasn't just intelligence community members. And maybe intelligence community members wanted people to know the whole truth. Maybe they knew that this guy was unstable and a mental patient, and they thought that that was relevant to the story. And since the reporters selling the story refused to tell everybody the truth about Mr. Grush's mental problems of the past, yeah, they let a real reporter know that would tell the truth, the whole truth.
found some police records of where he was drinking too much and was suicidal. And that was adjudicated. It was looked at. The Department of Defense, his employers looked into it. He'd gone through treatment. He got past it. He was a better person, a stronger person for it.
Oh, look at the spin. And of course, who was his boss during that time? Skinwalker Ranch profiteering huckster Jay Stratton.
But they leaked that information to besmirch his character. And now we see additional.
Not to besmirch his character, but to give everybody context about this guy making wild alien and UFO claims with no evidence.
Pushback in Congress. So this committee that held this hearing into UAP matters was a subcommittee on national security of the Oversight Committee, the larger committee. Since that hearing happened, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee got together with the chairman of the Oversight Committee and decided no more UFO hearings in the House.
Yep, no more UFO hearings. And whose fault is that? That there's not going to be any more UFO hearings? Could it be that they were embarrassed by a high-ranking intelligence officer who had mental problems coming forward to Congress and telling stories and about aliens and UFOs with absolutely no evidence that he could share in a public hearing? That's why. So yeah, there's not going to be any more UFO hearings. And it's their fault. It's their fault for wheeling a mental patient into Congress with no evidence. You people pissed off, thinking the government is covering things up. Maybe you should get some better representatives of the so-called disclosure movement than these two UFO profiteering clowns who've been selling fake stories for years and years and years, in Knapp's case, decades.
Enough of that bullshit. We're not doing that anymore because, in their words, it could be an embarrassment to the Department of Defense.
It's an embarrassment when a high-ranking official starts talking about alien bodies in possession of the United States government and can offer no proof. Yeah, it is an embarrassment.
You're damn right it would be an embarrassment.
You're damn right, George Knapp. It would be.
It was a big success.
It was an
to
embarrassment.
have this publicly done. It's the first time in history that we have direct witnesses. Like,
this is ridiculous. It's not the first time in history there was direct witnesses. And you know, let's spin it. Oh, this congressional hearing was a big success. That's why they said no more hearings, because this one was such a success. This is spin doctoring better than I've ever seen. Oh, it was a big success how we wheeled that mental patient into Congress with no evidence. And it's 91 days in and there's still no evidence, but it was a big success.
like
sure, it was.
Pilots and then a whistleblower. It was the first time in history. We fought for every millimeter of that territory to get that to happen. It was not received well by the intelligence community.
Because you had no evidence. And you had 2 of 3 people that were not firsthand witnesses to anything. So it wasn't a success. It was a complete and total failure. And that is evidenced by the fact that they said no more hearings because this is an embarrassment. That part is true. They said no more hearings. This was an embarrassment, a mental patient with no evidence. It's an embarrassment to the government. Sure it is.
You know, they did not like that happened. And that's pretty telling.
They didn't like that you wheeled a mental patient with no evidence in to make incredibly out of this world allegations against them. They're part of the cover up, right?
Me. That we should do it again.
All right, friends, we made it through. We made it through. And I'm glad for that. And just for the benefit, I saw, I apologize. I get deeply engrossed in these presentations. I saw somebody complaining that George Knapp in the live chat, George Knapp never said he knew right where the element 115 was. Yes, he did. And we have the clip of that.
And folks are doing, and anti-gravity propulsion is something they want very badly. Bob said that the key to it was this element 115. He had a piece of it. I saw it. In fact, he had a little experiment they did with what's called a cloud chamber, where they had, it looked to me like light. They had a piece of this 115 in this chamber. They put some smoke in it, and it seemed, and then had a beam of light through it, and the light bent. Bob, at one point, when he thought he was going to die, had this piece of 115 in it was in a lead casing, in a disc-shaped casing. And he had it in front of a particle accelerator at his house, and he had the accelerator on, and all he had to do was flip a button. If this stuff was real, as he described it, flipping that button would hit it with, I don't know, it's protons or electrons, whatever it was, that would make it explode, an annihilation that would have left a great big hole in Las Vegas. And he had that piece. I saw the experiment. What happened to it, that's a story for another time. It's in a spot now where nobody could get to it, but it's still there. One of these days, maybe after Bob's gone, I'll go dig it up.
So there we have it. George Knapp knows exactly where the element 115, and maybe someday he'll dig it up. And did you catch that line about how Bob Lazar had a particle accelerator at his house? That's impossible. Go ask the physicist if you can have a particle accelerator at your house. Not unless you have a house with, 300 acres. Bob Lazar had a little tiny suburban-like house with a garage on the side and a yard that was, 100 feet by 100 feet. You could not have a particle. He could not. It's a physical impossibility for Bob Lazar to have a particle accelerator at his house. But again, don't let things like facts and evidence get in the way of a good fake story about aliens and UFOs that you can get money for. George Knapp is getting paid to do that speech that he was just giving. And he lied through his teeth. He's a smart enough guy to check with a scientist and say, hey, is it even possible to have a particle accelerator at your house? Here's the size of Bob Lazar's house. he would have found out instantly that Bob Lazar lied and never had a particle accelerator at his house. And then we're being told that George Knapp knows exactly where the element 115 is, and someday he might dig it up. What day? Maybe the congressional hearings would have been the time to dig up that element 115. He was sitting right in the halls of Congress during the hearing. He could have brought the element 115 with him, threw it into the Senate chamber and said, "There's the proof of the aliens, bitches. It's right there. Analyze it." But he didn't. Isn't that convenient that he didn't do that? All of these people bluff. All of these people lie. They use layer upon layer upon layer of deception in order to sell their deceptive stories and profit greatly. And that's just the way that it is, friends. Interestingly, Corbell and Knapp have at various times claimed that Bob Lazar is still in possession of element 115, but somehow nobody's allowed to see it. This is kind of like Grush claiming he has all this evidence, but somehow nobody's allowed to see any of the evidence, even though he was cleared to talk about all these things by the pre-publication office of the Pentagon, right? When you start to peel back the layers of deception, it becomes crystal clear that something is not right here. Something is just not right. And what's not right is these people continually profiting off of completely and totally fake stories. At some point, I think that some of these things rise to the level of actual criminality. And we'll see what happens. We're trying to follow up with government sources about the investigation apparently going on into possibly classified leaks and other issues that Corbell and Knapp have discussed and talked about, right? I think that they should be investigated, especially if I'm correct in that Jeremy Corbell is getting a royalty payment every time you see one of his videos that he watermarks, copyrighted or whatever, or puts his Twitter on. These are government funded property. He doesn't have any right to copyright them, but he does apparently, and he may be profiting from those things. At the very least, he's using them to create for-profit alien and UFO stories, which may not be legal considering that those are government-sponsored, government-funded, taxpayer-funded videos and materials. I don't know what gives him the right, especially if he is collecting royalties from all these news organizations playing his videos, or maybe he's not, but he won't answer questions about that. Correct. Amy Collins says Lazar claims that 115 was in an empty film container, right? Bottled Water says I'm going to buy a new Liberty safe for my guns. Yeah. Now is a good time to remind you that we are a viewer-supported show. We exist. We are here because we are viewer-supported, quite like PBS. We continue these broadcasts through the kindness, generosity, and support of all of you. The show is not over. I will be back shortly to answer comments and questions. Answer questions. Please put them in all capital letters. We would appreciate that. And we'll just take a quick moment to remind you that unlike these guys who get paid millions of dollars to lie to you, we try our very best to bring you the truth. And we're only able to do that by staying financially independent. And we're only able to not fall into the trap that every other show falls into, playing the game, the UFO circle jerk game, because of the kindness and generosity of people that want the real truth, the unfiltered truth, and nothing but the truth. We try our very best to bring that to you, but we need your support to continue to do that. I'll be back after this short break to read any super chats, PayPal pledges. We read every single one, friends. I'll be right back.
Truthseekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truthseekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey.
Okay, so we're back, and I have one more bit of business, and that is to tell you about our new distribution partners and sponsors, Pilled.net. For those unaware, Pilled.net is a free speech, censorship-free platform that combines some of the best elements of other sites that you may already be using and loving, like Facebook, Twitter, with video sharing and video upload capabilities like YouTube. I've been using it for some time now. I can tell you as a content creator that the live streaming is easier than any other platform that I have tried. It's easier than Rumble, easier than Odyssey and DLive by far. It just works. So go on over to www.pill.net, sign up, and they ask you who referred you. Please put my name there. We want them to know that we're sending them new users. They have a big push right now looking for new users. So if you're tired of the censorship and maybe the demonetization on some platforms, which I won't name, but you know what I mean, go on over to pill.net, sign up for an account. And if you want to become a content creator, it may be helpful to send me your email address that you use to sign up. They have to flip a switch to make you a content creator, and I can probably help expedite that process for you. But once they turn on the switch, you are fully monetized. You can get subscriptions. They have their own form of currency called gold pills, but you can convert that to cash anytime you want to make a withdrawal with a Stripe account. We are already praising the cash over there. So praise the cash, praise the cash. Pill.net is helping us also to reach new viewers. there's a lot of people that just won't use the major platforms. They're tired of the censorship or whatever. So a lot of people are only using things like Rumble or pill.net now because they like the freedom of expression that those sites provide, the freedom of speech, and the lack of censorship. So there's many people that we're finding as new viewers that have never watched our show before. So if you're a content creator, I think it's important to be on as many platforms as you can, and with multi-stream capabilities of a lot of software used to run shows. By the way, you can do it with OBS, you could do it with StreamYard, you could do it with Streamlabs, you could do it with Restream. You can just add a slot. And I look at it like this. I'm doing a show all these times anyway, and it takes just a few minutes to set up that custom RMTP feed and also stream to pill.net while we're on Twitch, while we're on Rumble, while we're on Facebook, while we're on Twitter, while we're on YouTube. It doesn't take much to add a slot and also put the show out to pill.net every night. I'm averaging, I don't know, extra views. I'm getting extra views that I wouldn't get before, finding more viewers that maybe perhaps don't use the other platforms I mentioned and therefore don't know about Truthseekers. We're finding a lot of great new fans and people over there that are becoming fans of the show and even sending me money. People are throwing money at me on pill.net. I think it's a great platform. Here's a quick video from pill.net to tell you a little more about them.
Welcome to pill.net. We aren't just another social media platform. We are the home of free speech. Pill.net offers people a place to share their thoughts, ideas, and content without the threat of censorship. With live streaming, uploaded content, social media posting, and more, Pill.net goes the extra mile by introducing innovative features like mobile push notifications that keep you connected without relying on big tech app stores. These notifications allow creators to instantly alert their audience when they're live or have posted new content, ensuring that your message reaches the right audience at the right time. Plus, with monetization available from day one, you can turn your passion into earnings right from the get-go. Donations and subscription options make it easier than ever to earn income with your content. And it doesn't stop there. Pill.net is constantly evolving to meet your needs. Our updated direct messaging system makes it easier than ever for content creators to engage with people privately. Anyone can also go start their own group chats with friends. Pill.net is more than just a platform. It's a lively community where everyone's voice counts. Make your account today and let our team welcome you to Pill.net. Free speech lives here.
Well, I don't know if this is the real one. Elena Dannon says, you are invited to our conference in late October, free of charge. Well, I appreciate the invitation, but where is it at? Oh, boy. Elena Dannon. Thorhan, is that your imaginary alien boyfriend, Thorhan, that you got from a picture of a surfer dude? Thorhan hopes you will all come to your senses. We must come together with love. Why don't you come here and do an interview before your conference then, and we'll talk about your alien boyfriends and your space adventures that you have absolutely no evidence for. No offense, Miss Dannon, but I think that you're a UFO profiteering whore. Maybe I shouldn't use that term because you're female. We'll call you a UFO profiteering huckster. You have zero evidence. How much money have you made so far? You have provided no evidence, none. And but I'd be happy to come to a conference. Sure. I like science fiction stories. The problem that I have with you is that you provide all these stories and you have no evidence. Your evidence is pictures of stock pictures from the internet that you put through filters to make them look like something they're not. If you really have an alien boyfriend, why don't you put him on your show? Why don't you interview him on your show? Why don't you send him to me? Right? No offense, but I have very little respect for what it is that you do. And by the way, Elena Dannon is now grifting off of the tragedy in Hawaii, claiming energy weapons and aliens are involved in that. Do you have any evidence of that, or are you just making that shit up? Do you know people died, you slime ball? People died, you slime ball, in Hawaii, and you're grifting off of that. I don't know if that's the real Elena Dannon. She has explained before that her phone does not work when she boards Galactic Federation ships. Okay, if you say so. That's very convenient, right? Very convenient. You can't get us any pictures or videos of your space adventures, but you can make lots of money telling those stories, right? How many monetized views are you up to, right? How many monetized views are you up to? And by the way, I'm just checking. This is not the real Elena Dannon. This is a alt account with no videos. So you got me. You got me. Somebody's just trying to make me talk shit on Elena Dannon. And by the way, we're going to be doing a whole story on Elena Dannon grifting off of the Hawaii tragedy. It's a total tragedy, right? Yeah. B. Baker says, as moderators, we can go to anybody's channel and chat. When somebody has no subscribers, that's a fake account or somebody messing with us. But congratulations, you got me. Aliens don't have cameras, says Patrick Sheehan, who's also a member. Well, yeah, isn't that convenient? The cameras don't work when the aliens come. When the aliens come around, the cameras stop working. Very convenient for somebody selling fake stories to have an excuse for why there's absolutely zero evidence, right? Absolutely zero evidence. All right. So we'll take some time for comments and questions, but we're already almost at 3.5 hours, right? Yeah, people have asked me that before. And Bottled Water is saying, Stephen, you should do a deep dive on Tyler from Secure Team 10. Well, I've had my own issues with substance abuse, specifically alcohol. All of you know that. So he had a lot of problems, and I kind of thought he had enough problems. I was in possession. I believe I may have been the first person in possession of those dash cam videos. I went to the police and got them before I saw anybody make them public. And I made a video about his false claims of the Men in Black and the conspiracy theories. Turns out he didn't get attacked by the Men in Black. He got attacked by a bottle of vodka and a bottle of pills, and ended up with a lot of legal problems over it. I got those videos, the dash cam videos, and I made a video, and I was sitting right there about to click publish, about to upload the video. And I thought about my own issues with alcohol and problems it created in my life and how difficult that is to deal with and overcome. And at that point, it was right after he got arrested and all that stuff. And so, I had a moment of mercy, and forgive me if you don't agree that I should have had a moment of mercy, but I did have a moment of mercy and, sympathy for him. And I decided not to publish those videos, knowing full well that somebody else would publish them within a few days. And they did. But I felt like my conscience was clear. It wasn't me. I got the videos. I could have released them. I could have, had a fairly big story exclusively with that. It was one of the first times where I knew I had a great big exclusive story and I let it go. And I don't regret my decision because, somebody struggling with alcohol addiction or drug addiction, it's really, it's a difficult life. It's a difficult situation to try to navigate that and deal with it. And so I had a moment of sympathy for him. But, maybe some things have changed and I should now cover him. I haven't checked in with him in a while. Randy says he also claimed to have severe health issues. Yeah. Elena Dannon says, I had an assassination attempt on my life, as Michael Sala has explained. Sure you did. Yeah. Patrick Sheehan with a kind and generous $9.99 super sticker. Longtime show supporter. Thank you for that. And thank you as well for being a YouTube channel member. For those unaware, we have two memberships here. We have a Patreon membership and we have a YouTube channel membership. The Patreon's $1 and the YouTube channel membership is $5. You get the same videos and extra goodies and benefits on both, but in YouTube, you get a YouTube channel member badge here and some other benefits like priority replies and in the live chat and all of that. And we thank and value all of you. And I do want to thank you for helping us to praise the cash so many times, Patrick Sheehan, longtime show supporter. Thanks for all your help helping us to
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Us to praise the cash. Yeah, and Trolley Troll is here. Is also a member. Says, hey Stephen, next time you go fishing with your son, get a video of your son giving the fish a kiss like they do on the fishing channel. I'll try. I don't know if he's going to want to kiss a slimy fish, but stranger things have happened. For those unaware, I had a fishing competition with my 7-year-old son over the last 2 weekends of the summer. At the cabin, we have a lot of ponds and lakes near us. So I said, hey, we've only got 2 weekends left. Let's have a fishing competition. And he was all about it. And I thought, I thought he would do well. But I had no idea what was about to happen, because you remember the youth and exuberance and excitement at doing something like fishing. He was so excited, and he practiced casting, and he's doing everything but baiting his own hook, and we're going to teach him that next. So I used the excuse that I was stuck baiting his hook as well as mine, so I couldn't cast as much. But anyway, long story short, over 2 weekends, my son Xavier caught 6 fish and I caught 1. And he says my 1 shouldn't even count because it was about this big. I'm not kidding you. It was a few inches. It was like an aquarium fish. I don't know what happened. So, and he's a gloater, that one. He keeps telling me he's the fishing champion of the cabin, and I agree with him. In fact, I'm going to buy him a trophy just to kind of encourage him. And Thin Lizzie Borden reminding everybody, spank that like button for Daddy Cambion. I like that. Thank you. Yes, please be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. It really, really does help. And if you do have some time, maybe not tonight, maybe tomorrow while you're at work, while you're driving somewhere, whatever, please watch one more. We have a huge backlog here, back catalog of shows, over 1,000 live shows. You can watch one more show, and apparently YouTube likes that, and then they turn up the recommends, thinking that we make great content, good enough for people to come back and watch another one. That's how it works. Oh, by the way, my son designed and gave me this shirt for Father's Day. It says Daddy, and this is funny because a lot of people that try to slag me or don't like my show, they call me Kylo Ren, and I just think it's funny that I look like Kylo Ren on this shirt, right? There you go. That one's for the haters. I am your father. But apparently you go on this website and then you pick a head and you whatever, and he did all this for Father's Day. He's a really sweet kid. Mark Toronto reminding everybody, if you like Stephen's work, please like and subscribe. Watch another one of his videos. Everything helps. Yes, it really does. VLR78 says, fishing with my father as a kid, so many good memories. Good for you both. I will always remember these last 2 weekends, especially this last week. We had this whole situation with this whole busload of Indian people that were getting in the way, and we couldn't cast our rods. And then they were done finally, and we went back to fishing. They were taking selfies on the fishing pier and getting in the way. We couldn't cast. Then we were finished, and he caught a really big fish, and he went to walk it out to show his mom and his grandmom, and this whole crowd of people erupted into applause. And he all but took a bow. He's holding up his fish, and he's like, and then he went and showed his mom, and then we got it off the hook and threw it back. We like catch and release. Patty Wilhelm says, father and son bonding. That's great. Yeah, these are the times of our lives. I am on the East Coast again, still jelly that Carrie got to meet you before me. Well, Bottled Water, you're welcome. We have this new in-person set. If you can drive here, you could do a show here. When Kari was here, we didn't even do a whole show. We just did a real quick stream because I thought, well, we might not get a chance to do this for years again, right? That's tradition, says Thin Lizzie Borden. Kiss the fish. I never heard that. Jimmy Houston always kissed the fish he caught. That's kind of gross, right? Patty says father and son branding. Yes, bonding. I'm sorry. Yeah. Love from South Africa. Well, welcome, Lee Vermack. I'm always excited when there's somebody from some strange country I've never been to, like South Africa. It's good to know that you're on that side of the world listening to us. We appreciate you being here, and thanks for being present here with our live streams. Digital Communist says Joe Meathead Rogan. Yeah, I'm very disappointed in him. But again, like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, I'm torn because I'm not kidding you. I was so despondent and depressed at the way my life was going, and I felt like I wasn't doing what I wanted to. And, you know, I was in this bad place. I was depressed a little bit. And, you know, we all have periods of our lives where we think things aren't going my way. And I was in that period of my life, and I heard this speech from Joe Rogan about, you know, even if you have a job you hate and you're stuck in a cubicle all day or whatever, like go do something you want to do at night and work on it. And maybe you'll keep watering that garden, and surely that garden will grow and you'll be able to do that. And at the time I was trying to do this show, we had 4 live viewers or something. But I took that advice to heart, and I just kept watering the garden, right? Elena Dannon's fake account says, "People of terror, I bid you farewell. May Thorhan grant you intelligence and wisdom." Good punking, because I really thought that was her. Does Thorhan grant that from the basement lair, or is he a sky god, or both? B Baker says, "Bye, Elena." Yeah, that's not Elena, but they got me good. They punked me. I start getting upset because I really don't like. Elena Dannon is a terrible grifter, for those unaware. And she tells all these space stories, and she says she has a alien boyfriend that's a Nordic. He looks like Thor, and his name is Thorhan. And we found the picture that she used to fake that, and it's from a stock video site or stock image site, and it's a guy with surfer hair. She took that image and she put it in Photoshop and put all kinds of filters on it. And she claims that's her alien boyfriend. And she tells all kinds of space stories like Corey Good. And she has about as much evidence as Corey Good has. None. And we've covered her before. You can hit that little magnifying glass and just put Elena Dannon, and you'll see a couple of times we've covered her. I'm getting attacked by Corey Good supporters because apparently I don't go after his competition enough in the form of Ismael Perez and Tony Rodriguez and Elena Dannon and all these other secret space grifters. We do what we can. I have lots of shows to do here and things to cover. Operation Shutdown says, "Thanks for saving the planet, Elena." VLR 78 says, "And don't kill poor cows." Yes, we're gonna be bringing you that whistleblower that says that our whistleblower says that Linda Moulton Howe paid him to smack the shit out of those cows and kill them. And by the way, while we're on the subject of strange things, including Linda Moulton Howe paying people to kill cows so she will have fake alien stories to sell, I want to remind everybody of the David Wilcock and a Box of Dildos challenge. When I started our show here, must have been about 3 years ago. I came up with this plan here, and the plan involved challenging David Wilcock on all his fantastical claims. After all, David Wilcock claims that he talks to angels and aliens, and he channels the Egyptian god Ra, and he's Edgar Cayce reincarnated, and he has all these psychic powers. So what I said was, here's what we're going to do. And I know this is strange, but I wanted to make it ridiculous on purpose. So what I did is I got a whole bunch of dildos. I got blue dildos, black dildos, white dildos, skin peach colored Caucasian dildos, big dildos, small dildos, skinny dildos, thick dildos, and some strap-ons, because I figured maybe he would want to use those. Like, he was still married at the time, so I thought he'd want to give his wife the strap-on to peg him. Anyway, this is getting strange fast. So some 3 years ago, I came up with a $10,000 challenge for David Wilcock, whereby I challenged him that I would bury a huge box of dildos somewhere in the world. And if David Wilcock, with all his superpowers and alien friends and top secret whistleblowers and top secret insiders and intelligence contacts and military sources, if by whatever methods, he could talk to the angels, he could talk to the aliens, they could help him find it, whatever methods, his psychic powers, right? Whatever methods he wanted to use, I challenged him that if he could find where I buried this huge box of dildos, then I would give him $10,000. It was called David Wilcock and a Box of Dildos, the David Wilcock Box of Dildos Challenge. And I was serious. I have the funds set aside, 10,000 US dollars, and I was serious in that. So what we did is, this is where it gets crazy and possibly legal gray areas, but yeah, let's stay on focus here. So what I did is I enlisted the help of a viewer here who, oh man, I almost gave it away. I enlisted the help of a viewer, and I spoke to that viewer. I saved a recording of the original conversation so that I can prove this all happened. I'm telling you the truth. I know it's crazy, but this is the David Wilcock and a Box of Dildos Challenge. So I got this huge box. I filled it with dildos. Oh, just tremendous amount of dildos. And then I challenged David Wilcock, if you could find where we're going to bury this and you find that box, I will give you or your favorite charity. We all know who David Wilcock's favorite charity was at the time, his own. We covered extensively how David Wilcock spent all of his charity money on himself. Remember that? $4,000 or $5,000 for meals and entertainment. Tax-free dollars. It must be nice. Anyway, I enlisted the help of a viewer. I sent the box of dildos to the viewer with instructions for exactly, including GPS coordinates, of where to bury this box of dildos for the David Wilcock and the Box of Dildos Challenge. Then I waited. And then what happened was something strange, because viewers all over the world started volunteering to also bury a dildo. So then we modified the challenge. And I think, to the best of my recollection, it was, if he finds the big box of dills that I buried, we'll give him $10,000. If he finds the individual dildos that are super secret dildo helpers all around the world buried for him, and then they provided me with GPS coordinates, I would give him $10 per single dildo for his favorite charity. Friends, the big reveal. We will soon be revealing the location of the top secret location where we buried this huge box of dildos for David Wilcock. Because I think we've been very fair. And this kind of fell to the wayside. I've had the viewer who helped me bury the original box go back last week and check. And the box is completely undisturbed. No one has dug up that box of dildos in the past 3 years, which means that Wilcock never found the big box of dills that we buried for him in this Wilcock Box of Dills Challenge. It's time, friends. We are going to finally reveal to everyone around the world the top secret location where we buried that box of dills for David Wilcock to find. And all I'm going to tell you, because we can't do the big reveal yet, all I'm going to tell you is, when you see where I had that box of dills buried, you're going to not be able to stop laughing for 10 minutes straight. The fact that I buried it where I buried it, and this man who claims he talks to angels, who claims he has top secret military insiders, who claims he has top secret military whistleblowers, intelligence community whistleblowers, government insiders, alien friends, secret space program insiders. He's a psychic. He's got superpowers. He talks to the Archangel Michael, and he channels Egyptian gods, but he was unable to find this box of dills. When you see where I buried it, everyone around the world will know that David Wilcock is so full of shit he waddles when he walks. If all the things that he's been saying about talking to angels, talking to aliens, having all these government insiders, and everybody's got access to all this top secret alien technology. Why couldn't they use the alien technology to find the box of dills right where I buried it? And when you all see where I buried this huge box of dildos for David Wilcock, the world will know that David Wilcock is a complete and total scammer and a liar, just based on where I buried this box. And the big reveal, friends, is coming soon. We will soon reveal the location of that huge box of dildos I buried for David Wilcock almost 3 years ago now. And when you all see where it is, oh, it's going to be glorious. It's going to be glorious, and will prove that David Wilcock is a liar and a scammer and a con artist. He has no superpowers. He has no government insiders. He doesn't speak to angels. Could you imagine that? You're like, Archangel Michael, please help me find the dildos so I don't look like a liar and a scammer. Why didn't he ask the angel Gabriel to find the box of dildos? And is that something that archangels should really be spending their time on? Finding huge boxes of dildos that some joker like me buried for fake psychic extraordinaire, fake biggest prophet of the earth, David Wilcock? I don't think that's, in the purview of what what angels should be doing. But he could have used the Egyptian god Ra, who he claimed he channeled at various times, or talk to the angels that he claims he talks to, or the Blessed Mother that he claims he speaks to in his books and speaks to him. Could you imagine that? Blessed Mother, you got to help me. Steve Cambion buried a huge box of dildos somewhere on Earth, and if I don't find it, everybody will know that I'm lying about having personal connections and talking to angels, and angels talking to me, and the Blessed Mary, you, the Virgin Mary, talking to me. If you divine angels and the Blessed Mary don't help me find this box of dildos, everybody's going to know what a liar I am. Could you imagine that conversation? Dear Mary, Hail Mary, Mother of Grace, hallowed be thy name. Help me find this box of dildos, or Stephen Cambion is going to humiliate me and prove what a liar I am. Could you imagine having to have that conversation? Now, Saint Michael, the Archangel Michael. Imagine that conversation. Saint Michael, the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and the snares of the devil. Help me find this box of dildos so Stephen Cambion does not humiliate me when everybody sees where that box of dildos is and has been this entire time. Please, Archangel Michael, we humbly pray, thou Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, help me find this huge box of dildos that Stephen Cambion buried for me, or I'm going to be totally humiliated, and everybody's going to know that I don't speak to angels, that angels don't speak to me, or they would help me find this box. And what about all his alien friends and his secret space program insider friends? Why don't they help him find this huge box that I buried? Why don't they do that? So that, excuse me. I'm sorry, I was under deep state attack, or maybe psychic attack by David Wilcock. He doesn't want you to know about this. Friends, I can't yet tell you exactly where I buried it, but the big reveal comes soon. And when you all see where I buried it, when everyone on Earth finds out where I buried this box, and he was completely and totally unable to find it with all his angel connections, with being able to channel the Egyptian god Ra, with being Edgar Casey reincarnated, with having secret government whistleblower insiders and secret space program insiders who have connections to aliens and alien technology. And with all of those resources, David Wilcock couldn't find a single dill let alone the huge jumbo box of dills that I buried for him. When you see, friends, when you all see, when the world sees where I buried that box for David Wilcock, and by the way, I've been very fair. We've given him 3 years now. It's time to do the big reveal. I offered him $10,000. I told him he could use any means he wants to. His psychic powers, his superpowers, his angel friends, the Blessed Mary, aliens, secret government insiders with all their satellite technology or LiDAR or whatever they want to use, whatever. He could use whatever means he wants to find this big box I buried for him. When the world sees where I buried that box, everyone on earth will know that David Wilcock has been lying about everything he's ever said. He's lied about his secret space program friends who can talk to aliens, because if they can travel vast star systems between vast galaxies, shouldn't they be able to find a box of dildos on planet Earth? Everybody's going to know he lied about that. If he really has angels talking to him, wouldn't they want to help him not be humiliated when everybody sees exactly where I buried that box? And this whole time for 3 years, maybe that box was a lot closer than anyone imagined it would be to David Wilcock. When the world sees where I buried that box, they will know that David Wilcock has no superpowers. He has no angelic connections. He has no connection to the Blessed Mary or anything angelic or any non-human entities. They're going to know that his government whistleblowers are all fake, that his claims of knowing people who know aliens are all fake. This box of dildos challenge may seem ridiculous, but it's no more ridiculous than a man making absolutely fantastical claims on the internet and profiting to the tune of millions of dollars for years now. It's no more ridiculous than a man claiming he's channeling the Archangel Michael to sell books. It's no more ridiculous than a man claiming to be Edgar Casey reincarnated. It's no more ridiculous than a man claiming he has all these top secret government insiders and military insiders and whistleblowers giving him all this information and intelligence people. And, you know, wouldn't they all, couldn't he use all those resources to find this box? And when you see where I buried it, when the world sees where I buried this box for David Wilcock, the world will know this man is a false prophet and a liar, and no one should ever give him another dollar for the rest of his life. All right. I have said my piece, my friends, and I believe we have done our due diligence. And I hope I didn't say the D word so much to get this stream demonetized. Yes, and that's another one. Don't forget that Wilcock was the 2072 time traveler who called Art Bell. Well, he might want to time travel to 3 years ago and find this box and save himself a lot of humiliation. Because I got to tell you, when you see where we buried it, and I just want to take a moment to recognize and thank, they know who they are. We'll reveal them when we do the big reveal. You know, I had to reach out to a viewer to help me do this. And imagine having can you help me? Sure, Stephen. I like your show. I'll help you. What do you need help with? I need you to let me ship a huge box of D's to you. I don't want to keep saying it. I need you to give me your address, and I'm going to send you this huge box of dills. And then I'm going to give you the exact address with GPS coordinates, and here's a map, and X marks the spot. I need you, by the way, I'll pay for the shovel, right? I will pay for the shovel or whatever you need to go do this. I had to ask this person to go to this certain location, and I was very specific. You got to bury it right here for specific reasons, which we will reveal during the big reveal. And then you got to bury this big, huge box. And they were like, you want me to do what? You want me to bury what? And it took a little bit of convincing, but they did it. And for 3 years, that box had been sitting dormant. We just checked on it last week. Nothing's disturbed. The ground's not disturbed. They did a little sneak, check up on it. The box is still there. And it has been since we buried it, really at the start of our show here about 3 years ago. And now, my friends, the big reveal is coming. And I promise you, when you see where we buried this, you will not believe that this man who has made all these outrageous claims of superpowers and alien friends and, government insiders didn't know where that box was. And I got to be very careful because we don't want to tip him off before we do the big reveal. But I will say this. It's a lot closer than even he would believe. And we'll leave it at that, friends. Yes. And Wes H says, whoever helped bury the box, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, Chris G says it was already demonetized. Don't worry. Well, we'll check in on it. We'll see. And you know what? It's worth it. Sometimes I just got to say what I got to say, and we'll see where it goes. But usually when you're this far in, they kind of stop checking, I would think. No, we're still monetized. So I'll get my $6 of YouTube pennies, maybe $12 if we're lucky. I got to tell you, I'm hopeful that they. I'm kind of hopeful that whatever knob they turned up to highly scrutinize us and demonetize all of our live streams, I think they've turned it down, because we made it through last night and that video is still monetized, and we made it through tonight so far. Maybe it hasn't caught all those D words. I don't know. And it's still monetized. So I think that whatever problem we were having that caused us, honestly, it caused us to lose hundreds and hundreds of dollars for the last couple of months of ad revenue. A big part of the show's income was the ad revenue. They just turned it off. Everything's demonetized. Everything we did, in some cases, before I even appeared on screen, it was already demonetized. And quite honestly, I don't want to get too conspiratorial, but all of this started as immediately when we started being very critical of the Grush narrative. So I think there's maybe a CIA thumb on the scale. Who knows? Whatever was happening appears to be resolving itself. Maybe they turned that scrutinize knob down. Maybe they're, maybe my complaints did not fall on deaf ears, because I've got spreadsheets of like, here's the video full of fake stories that is fully monetized. Here's our video where we showed everybody why the story was fake. We get demonetized, but the fake story is still up and monetized. I did send that off to YouTube, and maybe it didn't fall on deaf ears, because shortly after I sent a very strongly worded letter, but not too strongly, because we got to be kind to the AI algorithm gods so we can stay here. The situation has resolved itself. Yes, Foxy Friends. I'm not going to read that because we can't keep saying the D word, but he called the Ditch Digger hotline. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Operation Shutdown says, was the viewer who contacted you David's ex-wife? No, David was still married at the time we originally buried the box, and I'm kind of upset that they got divorced, because I included a big old strap-on. You know what strap-ons, like women can strap that thing on. It's a big artificial penis, and then they can, like butt hump their husband. I thought that David Wilcock would enjoy that, so I included a big old strap-on in that box. And then he got divorced, and I knew at the time he got divorced that he hadn't found the box yet. I was a little disappointed. That was expensive, right? And listen, not only did we give him a big box of dills and a big old strap-on, but look, I think only the best. If I'm going to do something, let's really do it. So not only did we include the whole box of dills and the big old strap-on for his wife, we included the highest quality anal lube that money can buy, right? Because we're classy like that. We're totally classy like that. Like, if I'm going to give a guy anal lube, I'm going to give him the good stuff. We gave David Wilcock some expensive, really good anal lube. And I'm disappointed because he could have been having fun with that anal lube and those dills and that strap-on this whole time for 3 years now. But somehow, with all his superpowers and psychic powers and talking to angels and talking to aliens and talking to the Blessed Mother, he has been unable to find that box. And I hate to see very expensive, really good anal lube going to waste. And right now, it's in a hole in the ground going to waste, David Wilcock. But don't worry, the big reveal comes soon, friends. Algaray says, "What will happen first? David Wilcock builds a hover car, or David Wilcock finds the box of D's." Yeah, I mean, who knows? Stranger things have happened. I think he's more likely to find the box than build a hover car, though, right? Zach Hyde says, "To be continued." Yes, it's next to the smoke alarm. No, that's not where it is. And I'm not going to confirm or deny anybody's guesses because we really got to I got to keep my mouth shut for a little longer. I've kept my mouth shut about this box for 3 years now. We just got to go like a couple more days or a week, and then we'll do the big reveal. I'm happy about that. End of line says, "I've been getting ads." Yeah, they turned the knob back on, right? Chris G, I can't argue with that, but I'd rather not comment. The person deserves a special patch for that. Yeah. And then Lizzie says, "Heck yeah, yeah." We're going to give them a special award for helping make this possible. We're going to give them a very special Truth Seekers commendation. Because listen, if I ask you to like and comment and subscribe and you do, we appreciate you and thanks so much for doing that. But if I ask you to bury a huge box of dildos and you do it for us, you deserve a big award. Come on, that's going above and beyond the call of duty for any fan of our show here. They got a shovel. They had to get a car with a big enough trunk to fit the box into. It was such a big box. And then it took them a few hours to dig the hole because the box was so big. Oh my God, I can't wait to tell you guys where we buried it. It's going to be amazing. Amy Collins says, "I'm excited about the Linda Moulton Howe whistleblower and the cows. Is this for real or is this tongue-in-cheek? Bad choice of words. Poor cows." Well, I'll let you decide when you see it, Amy Collins. But we're working on it. We should be able to bring you that story next week. I have to get with Mr. Ian. Linda Moulton Howe will lend you a shovel. Great rates. Yeah. We don't want to use a shovel that's been used to murder cows, though, so she could sell fake alien stories, right? Randy says Wilcock would love a big strap-on. I agree. Yeah, Randy says, "Oh, good, you did give him some lube. The best, the most expensive anal lube money can buy. That's what we got him and put in that box, right?" Tail Starlight is saying, "WTF?" Yeah, look, I know it's strange, but I think I wanted to prove through some ridiculous stunt like this that David Wilcock is a liar and a scammer, and he doesn't have superpowers or psychic powers. He doesn't talk to angels. He doesn't channel the god Ra. All his so-called government whistleblowers are fake. Because if all the things he's been saying for years were true, he'd be able to find this box, especially when you see where I buried it. Well, our friend buried it. Chris G says that cheap anal lube is the worst. Yeah, I can't say I disagree with you. Yeah, Adam, it does go up. But you know what? I noticed that it was up and then it went down a few today. And that kind of discourages me. You know, it was like at something and then it went down by 3 or 4. But those are the weaklings, the people that just want to live in their delusion. And I think when we do a lot of shows that are very critical of all this stuff in a row, like we gotta, you know, try to inject some good mysteries that may be real in between all these critical shows. When we do too many critical shows in a row, people drop off. They're like, oh, he just shits on all this, and I don't blame them. They'll be back when they're ready. But thank you, Adam Lavers, who says your subscriber counts keeps going up daily, which is great news. They turned the dial back on. Yeah, let's hope so. Al Garay says, that's mighty generous of you, Stephen. Hey, if we're going to do something, we do it good and we do it big. David Wilcock is a millionaire. He's not going to use cheap anal lube. If he's getting pegged by his wife with a strap on, which I'm so disappointed will never happen now because they're divorced, but maybe he'll find another friend that will peg him. If he finds the box and the next thing, TikTok, you got a few days to find it, David Wilcock. Corey Good probably needs for his Bluebird friends. Yes. David will sit on. Yeah. Oh no. Sanitizer, wash hands. Yes. Good's wife comes in and hears balk, 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 plow me, balk, balk. Oh, that's gross to think about. Yes. They deserve the Linda Moulton Howe Golden Shovel Award. Well, we're going to design something special for that person that helped, because none of this would have been possible. And to be quite honest with you, I got real busy with doing the show and we just kind of stopped talking about this. But when we first started the show for months, it was a running joke. And there was a hashtag on Twitter. Oh, I forgot about the hashtag. Let's see if it's still active or if you could still look it up. I think it was David Wilcock Dildo Seeker. Hashtag David Wilcock Dildo Seeker. Oh my God, it's still up and they're all still there. You can go on Twitter and do hashtag David Wilcock Dildo Seeker. And there's all these posts that people made about dills and David Wilcock finding these dills. Used to be tons more. I guess some of them dropped off, but they're still there. Oh, you know what? I could share my screen and show you. This is the hashtag David Wilcock D Seeker. I don't want to keep saying it. How David Wilcock's bathroom could be after he used his superpowers and found all the great treasures we left him. Oh, wow. That's something else. And then Sylvia Geeson. That's David Wilcock, of course. Nice. David Wilcock, maybe you could read this book and get a good focus on the $10,000 David Wilcock Box of D's challenge and then go find those D's. Good luck. You need it in this distractive world. And it's a book called Deep Work. Kel Truth 77. I couldn't help it. David Wilcock D Seeker. Is that his O face? That's his O face. I thought I had captured the best screenshot. This happens so perfect. I mean, look at that face. Oh no. I'll make this bigger, so it's funny. So we had this hashtag going for a while now, and everybody was just busting his balls about finding these things, and he's never found them. Planet Lupa says if David Wilcock finds the D's that are hidden for him, he'll make a good chance to become the winner. What's up with Fitz? It's so weird. I don't even know him no more. It's like he's exposed. He's a liar and a fraud. Done. Just going to take a few more Stina and Cambians to drop science and get rid of the last 50. He should just help Wilcock find the D's. Jonaside. I miss Jonaside. He says, you think DW finally found Stephen Cambian's box of D's and doesn't need Corey Good anymore? Sylvia, maybe she is helping David Wilcock for the D Seeker challenge. I think those slide holders are for DW's D's. Yeah. Man finds giant D's in the woods. Truly a fantastic episode of Truthseekers with our guy at Stephen Cambian. So if world-renowned psychic and spiritual teacher David Wilcock can find Steve box of D's, $10,000 will be given to the charity of David Wilcock's choice. Yeah. Yeah, so that's interesting. We had this whole hashtag going for a long time. Maybe we can get it going again. tweet something and use David Wilcock, DILDO Seeker, as the hashtag. I'm going to put together a new video with the original challenge and some things I said tonight, and we're going to debut that. We gotta hype up the big reveal, friends. So I'd appreciate it if when I post that, you all share it. It would be really, really helpful. Martin Taylor wants to know if Corbell has got copyright on the lube. Could be. King of Hugo Mundo says those are 36 inches. Gross. Lil cock. Like little, yeah. Deep work. I sense strong emote potential in those Wilcock faces. Yes. Oh, good. A charger for the vibrating ones. Yes. We gave him some electric ones, right? I thought, look up David Wilcock and the Oakland 8. I don't know anything about that. What is that about? David Wilcock and the Oakland 8. Yeah, I don't know. I have to look that up off air. I can't find what you're talking about quickly. So I apologize. So, friends, we've done our due diligence, but don't worry, we will be back tomorrow night for a rare Thursday night show. Going forward, the schedule should be Monday through Thursday. This week we bulked on Monday because it was a holiday, and to be quite honest with you, I was doing family stuff and cabin stuff, and I needed that balance, right? So the next show is going to be, it says tomorrow night. Let me change it to tonight because it's already past 1 a.m. here. So it's already September 7th. Jeez, this month is flying by like the whole summer. So the next live show is going to be tonight, 9/7 at 9 p.m. Eastern. Please join us in the live chat, and I hope to see you at our next live show. And please like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos on your social media. It really, really does help. And I see all of you people sharing our videos on Twitter and Facebook and elsewhere. I want to thank each and every one of you. It really does help. It helps us find new viewers. It helps us expand our reach. And we have MH with a kind of generous $5. Been a long time since I've heard that. Long time listener, first time caller. Finally made it live. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you, MH, for your kindness, generosity, and support. We appreciate all of your kindness, generosity, and support. We're thankful for people like you who realize that this is a viewer-supported show. And it's only through the kindness, generosity, and support of people like you who help us, like you just helped us by praising the cash. Praise the cash, MH. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support.
Praise the cash, 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 praise the cash. Subscribe and hit the like button. Smash it like it's hot.
Smash it like it's hot, MH. Thank you for your kindness. Got in just under the wire there. Thank you. Operation Shutdown, from your mouth to the AI algorithm, God's ears, says the big reveal episode will get you 10,000 subscribers guaranteed. Well, we'll see what happens. It's a small subculture of this world, so I'm not expecting 10,000, but I'd love to get it. I'd love to get a few hundred. That would be good. So we want to remind you that tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Well, really tonight. It's past 1 a.m. Tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I've got a really, really special and good show planned for you. It will be a really data-rich presentation for those of you who like deep dives. Tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, you definitely want to be here. We're going to be doing a super deep dive. It's something that I've been working on for a while, having trouble finishing. I'm just about done. I got to do another hour or two just to get some visual aids because it's a little dry just reading through this script of 30 pages of research findings. It's a little dry by itself, so we're going to get some visual aids before tomorrow night just to try to help it along. But I think it's going to be a great show. I hope I'll be here. I hope you will be too. Tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Next show, we want to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors, you Twitch subscribers, Patreon supporters, and you YouTube channel members, you super chatters, super stickers, super thanks people. Did you know that? You can hit the thanks button even after the live broadcast and still throw a couple bucks in our hat. We appreciate all of you doing that. And we thank you Pilled Gold Pillars who are sending me money on Pilled. Praise the cash. We're praising the cash everywhere. We thank all of you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We want to thank you chat room moderators as well as you Discord moderators. B. Baker, share the Discord link. If you like these live chats with strange and interesting individuals into these strange and esoteric topics, you'll love our Discord. We got a whole bunch of sections on different topics. There's always somebody in there to chat to. So if you like these chats, go on over, join our Discord, and you can do it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, not just when we're doing a live broadcast. Also, be sure to follow me on Twitter at Stephen Cambion. And you can check in with our website. It's truthseekershow.com. One Truthseeker, and then the word show, all one word, truthseekershow.com, and get all the latest audio and video episodes. So whether you're looking for the audio podcast or the audio podcast is always a little bit behind. I know. We're trying to figure out a way to get it faster. But you can go to truthseekershow.com and get all the latest episodes. So if you missed a few shows, that's a good place to go and catch up. And we appreciate all of you going to our website at truthseekershow.com. So we thank our chat room moderators. We thank Mr. Ian and Thin Lizzy. Where's all the guests, man? Where's all the guests at, Thin Lizzy? Right? What happened to that? I don't know. I have to talk to her off air. And we thank all of you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. And we thank all of you in the live chat, whether you're in the Rumble chat, the Twitch chat, the pill.net chat, the Twitter comments, the Facebook comments, the Rumble chat, the YouTube chat, wherever you're at, we thank you for being here. So we have done our due diligence. Next show tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. I'll be here. Hope you will be too. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Are we still on camera? No. Good. Aren't they suckers? They give me so much money for putting this shit out. I remember when I was a kid and I used to think, I love UFOs, and maybe when I'm older, I can make videos about the stories other people make up about UFOs, and then, make money. What a career. Wow.